The fires of dawn cast long shadows over Persepolis. From the great terrace of his palace, Xerxes surveyed his empire, a vast expanse stretching from the deserts of Egypt to the mountains of Bactria. Golden sunlight touched the stone carvings of past kings, each inscription and sculpture a testament to the might of his ancestors. Yet, as he looked over his city, a flicker of unrest stirred within him. To Xerxes, the glory of his empire was incomplete, a masterpiece marred by one glaring omission. Greece, the Greeks, those insolent islands and city-states along the Aegean, had resisted his father, Darius the Great. The memories of Darius' defeat at Marathon haunted Xerxes, not merely as a failure but as an open wound. In Xerxes' eyes, Greece represented defiance, a tiny, fractured collection of warriors who had embarrassed the mightiest empire the world had ever known. And it was time, he resolved, to avenge that humiliation. Xerxes had ascended the throne only a few years earlier, inheriting his father's empire and ambition. Educated by the finest scholars in Persia, he had mastered the arts of war, statesmanship, and the religious rites that tied him to Ahura Mazda, the Persian god of light and truth. But his rule was far from uncontested. Challenges from distant provinces, whispers of rebellion, and the looming memory of his father's unfinished conquest of Greece gnawed at his authority. To cement his place, Xerxes needed an accomplishment so grand, so awe-inspiring, that it would burn his name into history. His advisors were hesitant about a campaign against Greece. Greece was small, they argued, an unruly cluster of warring states with no real wealth to offer an empire as vast as Persia. But Xerxes silenced his advisors with his ambition and vision, declaring Greece not a conquest for profit, but for pride. "This is no ordinary war," he had declared to his council. "We will be the storm that silences those who challenge our divine right." In his mind, Persia was not merely a nation but a force of destiny, a shadow that would stretch over the earth. The Greeks would either submit to its will or be swept away. Xerxes threw himself into preparations, summoning warriors from every corner of his empire. Hundreds of thousands answered his call, archers from the deserts of Arabia, horsemen from the plains of Scythia, engineers and builders from the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia. They gathered on the plains outside Susa, forming an army the world had never seen, each contingent dressed in their own armor and wielding weapons crafted from their homeland. To transport his troops to Greece, Xerxes ordered the construction of two massive bridges across the Hellespont, the narrow strait separating Asia from Europe. When a storm destroyed his first attempt, Xerxes ordered the waters to be whipped, as if punishing nature itself for defying him. Then, with renewed determination, he directed his engineers to rebuild the bridges, and within days, two floating pathways stretched across the water, strong enough to support his armies. Xerxes watched as his soldiers marched across, an endless tide of warriors and craftsmen, servants and advisors. He felt a surge of pride, yet also a tightening in his chest. Greece would be a challenge, perhaps even a bitter one. But he had built his forces to be invincible, and he was determined to prove it. As the Persian army poured into Europe, the Greeks surely felt the shadow of Persia descending upon them, a vast, unstoppable force that would either crush them or reshape them. And Xerxes, from the heart of his empire, was poised to strike a blow that would erase the shame of his father's defeat and immortalize his own ambition in the annals of history. But beneath the grandeur of his power, doubt lingered, whispered by his father's voice in his dreams. Would Greece be the crown jewel of his empire or the undoing of Persia's glory? Only time, and the courage of the Greek warriors awaiting him, would reveal the answer. A restless tension hung over Corinth as envoys from across Greece gathered for a war council. The Athenians, known for their navy and keen political minds, sat across from the Spartans, infamous for their iron discipline and battlefield prowess. Delegates from Thebes, Corinth, and other city-states filled the hall, each bearing the emblems of their proud and independent people. They had fought each other as often as they had traded, but now, facing the shadow of the vast Persian Empire, a tentative unity had begun to form. The small, fiercely independent city-states of Greece were separated by mountains and divided by centuries of rivalry, yet the stories of Persia's growing army and Xerxes' ambitions stirred a growing fear. Even the greatest among them knew that no single state could withstand the might of the Persian Empire. Word had spread swiftly of Xerxes' preparations, a force said to number in the hundreds of thousands, with fleets of ships to dominate the seas and legions of warriors to crush any opposition. The Persians had already conquered countless peoples and lands, from Egypt to Thrace. And now, they had set their sights on Greece. It was the Athenian general Themistocles who first spoke, his voice calm but resolute. "We face an empire, not a mere army. They come not for our wealth but to shackle our people. If we do not stand together, we will each be swallowed alone." He paused, letting his words sink in as he scanned the faces around him, looking for signs of resolve or fear. Across from him, Spartan King Leonidas nodded, his rugged face unreadable. The Spartans had long held a reputation for strength and discipline, yet even Leonidas knew that this threat was unlike any they had faced before. "The Persians are many," he said, his voice low and steady. "But they are not invincible. If we choose our battleground carefully, use our land to our advantage, then perhaps we can hold them back." At the mention of the Persians, murmurs of doubt flickered among the delegates. Some among them argued for a defensive strategy, falling back to fortify their cities and hoping that Persia's resolve would break over time. Others, however, believed that without a united front, they would simply be crushed one by one. The debate was fierce. The Athenians wanted to make a stand on the sea, knowing that their fleet could be their strongest weapon. The Spartans, on the other hand, pushed for a defensive line on land, somewhere they could use their phalanx formation to full effect. After days of heated discussion, a plan emerged. They would meet the Persian army at the narrow pass of Thermopylae, where the sheer cliffs and narrow passage would negate the enemy's superior numbers. Meanwhile, the Athenian navy would meet the Persian fleet in the straits, hoping to match Persian strategy with Greek cunning and daring. The decision to unite was far from easy. Decades of rivalry and bloodshed lay between many of the city-states gathered here, each one proud of its traditions and unwilling to bend to another. But as the reports of Persian advances multiplied, so did their resolve. For the first time in their memory, Athens and Sparta, Thebes and Corinth, and dozens of other cities had pledged their warriors, sailors, and resources to a common cause. Each city-state contributed what they could. The Athenians pledged their fleet of triremes, their oarsmen prepared to defend their waters with fierce precision. The Spartans, ever the warrior culture, would send their finest soldiers, men trained since birth to fight and die with honor. From across Greece came archers from Crete, hoplites from Argos, and soldiers from Megara and Corinth, each bearing the weight of their city's hopes that in a moment of solemn unity, the leaders swore an oath to fight together until the end, no matter what. They would meet the Persians as one people, Greek against barbarian, free men against conquerors. It was a fragile unity, held together by the thin thread of survival, yet for now, it was enough. As the council ended, Leonidas rose, his voice carrying over the hall. If we fall as Greeks. If we die as men of Greece, not slaves of Persia. His words, spoken in the silence of that council chamber, would carry across the mountains and valleys, igniting a spirit of defiance among his people. The call to arms swept through the Greek lands like wildfire. Farmers left their fields, young men said goodbye to their families, and seasoned warriors prepared their armor and weapons for one last campaign. Each man knew that he might not return, that he was marching to a battle against impossible odds. Yet they also knew that their stand, however brief, might be the one chance to protect their families, their freedom, and the legacy of Greece itself. As they marched toward Thermopylae, the specter of Persia loomed ever larger on the horizon, a tide of warriors that threatened to drown them all. But the Greeks moved with purpose, driven not by the lure of glory or the promise of victory, but by something deeper, an unbreakable resolve to fight for their freedom, no matter the cost. Thus, the alliance of Greek city-states prepared to face the greatest empire the world had ever known, bound together by courage, honor, and a desperate hope that their combined strength could defy even the shadow of Persia. The sun had barely risen over the rugged mountains of Laconia, casting long shadows across the stone walls of Sparta. Within the high, fortified city, life continued as it had for generations. Spartan children trained with wooden swords under the watchful eyes of their instructors, their young faces set with fierce determination. Men and women alike bore the discipline and purpose unique to this warrior city. But today, an air of quiet tension hung over Sparta, as the shadow of Persia loomed on the horizon. Inside the Spartan council chamber, King Leonidas sat with the elders, his gaze fixed and unyielding as he considered the words of the messenger from Corinth. Xerxes was coming. The Persian king had amassed the largest army the world had ever seen and was preparing to march into Greece. Reports spoke of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, archers, cavalry, and footmen from every corner of the vast Persian Empire, all united under one purpose, to subjugate Greece. Leonidas listened in silence as the messenger delivered news of the council's decision to confront the Persians at Thermopylae. He knew the risks and the odds, and yet, deep within him, he felt a sense of certainty about what needed to be done. When the messenger finished speaking, Leonidas stood and nodded. The decision had been made. As he left the chamber, the reality of what lay ahead settled over him. In the silence of his thoughts, Leonidas felt the weight of duty pressing down on him. He had been king of Sparta for a decade, a role that demanded strength, wisdom, and sacrifice. But this choice was different. It was a choice between life and death, not only for himself but for the men he would lead. The narrow pass of Thermopylae was the perfect place to make a stand. A single path flanked by steep cliffs on one side and the sea on the other, it would force the Persians into a confined space, negating their numerical advantage. But this advantage came at a cost. He knew that to hold Thermopylae, he would need his finest soldiers, Spartans who had trained their entire lives for battle. And, perhaps most of all, he knew that their task was not to return home in victory, but to hold the line until they could hold it no more. When the time came to choose his men, Leonidas selected 300 of his best, each one with an heir to carry on his name. Sparta valued lineage, and by taking only those who had sons, he would preserve the bloodlines of its finest warriors. The men were handpicked for their skill, loyalty, and resilience. Each one trusted Leonidas implicitly, knowing that his decision was final, that there would be no turning back. With his men chosen, Leonidas turned to face his family. As the king, his duty was to Sparta, yet as a husband and father, he had his own farewells to make. In the quiet of their home, he embraced his wife, Gorgo. She was a Spartan queen in every way, strong, proud, and fiercely intelligent. She knew as well as he did the unspoken truth of his departure, but she held her gaze steady, offering no plea for him to stay. Instead, she whispered, "Come back with your shield, or on it." It was the farewell of a Spartan wife, the words of someone who understood that her husband's duty to Sparta outweighed even their love. In the early hours of dawn, Leonidas gathered with his 300 warriors, each one clad in crimson cloaks and polished armor, their shields reflecting the pale morning light. They stood as a testament to Spartan discipline and unity, a silent promise of what they were willing to give for their homeland. Leonidas walked among them, meeting each man's eyes. These were the men who had stood by his side in countless battles, men he trusted with his life, men who had sworn loyalty to him and to Sparta. Today, he knew that loyalty would be tested in a way it never had before. The journey to Thermopylae would be long, but for now, the only sound was the steady beat of their footsteps as they marched through Sparta's stone streets, past the homes of those they had sworn to protect. The citizens watched them pass, faces etched with pride and sorrow. Young boys looked on, knowing that one day, they too would be called to fight for Sparta, to uphold the legacy of their fathers and forefathers. As they neared the city's edge, Leonidas turned to face his men. "Spartans," he said, his voice strong and unwavering. "Today we march not only to defend our homeland but to protect the freedom of all Greece. Our duty is to hold the pass, to stand firm against any who would take that freedom from us. This fight may be our last, but let it be one that is remembered for generations." His words, simple yet fierce, filled each man with a sense of purpose. With one last look at the mountains surrounding Sparta, Leonidas turned his back on his city and began the march toward Thermopylae. As they moved across the rugged terrain, he felt the weight of his decision, not as a burden, but as an honor. In his heart, he knew that he would not return, that this battle would be his final stand. And yet, he also knew that his death would mean something, that the stand he and his men would make would echo through history, a testament to the courage and sacrifice of Sparta. For Leonidas, this was more than a call to arms. It was a duty, a choice that would define him, his men, and his homeland. As the mountains loomed closer, he felt the resolve of his warriors strengthen with each step. Together, they would face the might of Persia, their bravery and loyalty to each other unbroken, and in that unity, they would find their immortality. Thus, with his 300 by his side, King Leonidas of Sparta set forth to meet his fate at Thermopylae, ready to etch his name and the names of his men into the annals of history. The council hall in Corinth was filled with the low hum of urgent voices, echoing off the stone walls as envoys from across Greece gathered in preparation for what lay ahead. Representatives from Athens, Sparta, Corinth, Thebes, and smaller city-states sat shoulder to shoulder, each aware that the decision made here would shape the future of Greece itself. This was no ordinary assembly, it was a council of war, called to determine how best to confront the advancing Persian Empire. Tensions ran high, and every leader felt the strain. Athens, still reeling from its victory at Marathon a decade before, was eager to defend its newfound independence. Sparta, renowned for its warriors, understood that this battle would test the core of its ideals and culture. Corinth and Thebes, each with its own strategic importance, recognized the threat to their territories as well. Across Greece, the rumors were the same: Xerxes was coming, bringing with him an army unlike any they had ever faced. Themistocles, the sharp-witted Athenian general, was the first to address the council. "My friends," he began, "I need not remind you of the scale of the force we face. Xerxes' army could crush each of us alone. Our only chance is to stand together." His words were clear and rational, but even as he spoke, he saw flickers of doubt in the faces around him. King Leonidas of Sparta nodded in agreement, his presence commanding attention. "Themistocles is right," he said firmly. "But this alliance will demand sacrifice. We must be prepared not only to fight as one but to die as one." The words hung heavy in the air. Leonidas' tone was not melodramatic, he was simply stating a fact, one that each man here understood but few were ready to accept. The debate began, with voices rising and emotions flaring as each city-state voiced its stance. The Athenians, renowned for their navy, argued for a battle at sea. They knew that they could confront the Persian fleet in the narrow straits, where their smaller, more maneuverable triremes would have an advantage over the massive Persian ships. The Spartans, however, had no interest in naval warfare. Their strength was on land, in the formation of the phalanx, a wall of shields and spears that could withstand even the most brutal assaults. Leonidas advocated for a defensive stand at a narrow pass, where the Persian numbers would count for nothing. "Thermopylae," Leonidas said, a hint of steel in his voice. "It's a narrow pass between the mountains and the sea. There, even a small force could hold back an army, as long as they have the resolve to stand their ground." A murmur rippled through the room. Thermopylae was well known, a natural choke point, where the Persian army's massive numbers would be forced into a confined space. But the suggestion came with a grim undertone. To hold the pass would require a sacrifice, perhaps a deadly one. Ephialtes, an elder from Thebes, raised his voice with skepticism. "And what if they break through, Leonidas? What if they outflank us? Are we to sacrifice our men to a last stand and then leave our cities defenseless?" His words carried the concern that many others felt. They had all heard of Xerxes' massive numbers and dreaded the notion of confronting such a force with a few hundred warriors in a mountain pass. Themistocles stepped in, his mind sharp and strategic. "If we commit to this path, we must also defend the seas," he argued. "If Xerxes' ships reach our shores unchallenged, they'll send waves of reinforcements that no wall or mountain pass could withstand. Athens will send its fleet to Salamis and block the Persian navy from moving freely along the coast. The Athenians' reliance on naval power was well known, yet there was logic to Themistocles' suggestion. The sea, just as much as the mountains, could provide a crucial line of defense. Reluctantly, the council began to see the wisdom in a dual strategy. The army would hold the land at Thermopylae, while the Athenian fleet would defend the Straits of Salamis. As they debated, a grim understanding settled over the council. This alliance, this plan to face Persia, would demand far more than military strength. It would demand sacrifice. Leonidas could see it in the eyes of the men around him. They were leaders who had ruled with pride, men who had fought to defend their cities and families. But few had ever faced the idea of joining their rivals, of pooling their strength for a common cause, even if it meant losing everything. Leonidas stood once more, his voice steady and powerful. "If we are to do this," he declared, "we must commit completely. No one can waver. The Persians will overwhelm us unless we act as one." He looked at each man in turn, making it clear that he understood the enormity of what he was asking. This was not a call for heroes or for personal glory, it was a call to sacrifice, perhaps the ultimate one. The leaders in the room fell silent, understanding what was at stake. They knew that if they were to survive, they could no longer think of themselves as Athenians, Spartans, Thebans, or Corinthians. They had to think of themselves as Greeks, united in a singular, desperate stand for their homeland. The decision was made: they would defend Thermopylae, block the Persian navy at Salamis, and trust in their courage to hold the line. As the council broke, the men left with expressions of grim resolve. The leaders carried the weight of what they had just agreed upon, each returning to his city with the knowledge that he would be asking his people to fight not just for their city-state, but for all of Greece. Outside the council hall, Themistocles caught up with Leonidas. "You realize," he said, his voice low, "that if this fails, Sparta, Athens, all of us, will fall. Xerxes' vengeance will be swift." Leonidas nodded, his expression unchanging. "Then we will give him a fight he will never forget. If we die at Thermopylae, it will not be as men who surrendered. We will be remembered, Themistocles. And that memory may be the very thing that unites our people for years to come." Themistocles watched as Leonidas turned to leave, struck by the Spartan king's unbreakable resolve. This was no ordinary man, he was a leader who had already accepted his fate, who saw glory not in survival but in fighting for something greater. As the city-states prepared for war, the call to arms echoed through Greece. Young and old, farmer and warrior alike took up weapons, heeding the words of their leaders, their hearts steeled with a sense of purpose they had never known. They would fight together, facing a vast empire that sought to erase their way of life. United by the council's decision, the Greeks prepared for the oncoming storm, each man resolved to play his part, no matter what sacrifices it would demand. Thus, the alliance of Greece was forged, a fragile unity bound by honor, courage, and the relentless will to protect their land, their freedom, and their legacy from the shadow of Persia. The morning was still and quiet in Sparta as King Leonidas gathered with his 300 chosen warriors. Each man was adorned in his crimson cloak, a symbol of Sparta's honor, and carried a shield that bore the weight of his lineage. These were not mere soldiers, they were fathers, husbands, sons, men who embodied the spirit and strength of Sparta. Their bronze armor gleamed in the early light, a stark contrast to the dark uncertainty of the mission ahead. The people of Sparta had assembled along the streets, watching in solemn silence as the men prepared for departure. Mothers stood with their children, young boys held their breaths, and elders, who had once marched into battle themselves, nodded in silent approval. The air was filled with both pride and sorrow. The Spartans knew well that this journey to Thermopylae would likely be the last for many who walked it. Leonidas moved through his men, pausing to clasp each warrior's shoulder, meeting each gaze with quiet strength. These men had been handpicked, all experienced soldiers, each possessing the skills and courage needed for the impossible stand they were about to make. Yet there was no ceremony, no grand speech. For the Spartans, it was a simple truth: if they returned, they would return victorious; if they did not, they would be remembered. Beside the king stood his closest advisors and friends. They had known him since childhood, had trained by his side, and fought with him in countless battles. Today, they were not just soldiers following their king, they were brothers walking into the unknown. Together, just before leaving, Leonidas embraced his wife, Queen Gorgo. Strong, intelligent, and loyal, Gorgo met his eyes without flinching. She was a Spartan queen, and she understood better than anyone the duty her husband bore. "Do not grieve," Leonidas told her softly. "Whatever comes, remember that I go willingly, as is my duty." Gorgo held her husband's gaze, her voice steady. "Come back with your shield, or on it," she replied, her words the ancient Spartan farewell for those heading into battle. She would remain in Sparta, strong and steadfast, carrying the legacy of her husband's sacrifice. With the farewell said, Leonidas turned to his men, giving a single nod. The 300 raised their spears in unison, a silent pledge to follow him to the end. And so, with the citizens of Sparta looking on, Leonidas and his men began their journey northward toward the pass of Thermopylae. The road was long, winding through rugged mountains and narrow valleys, each turn taking them closer to the fateful battlefield. The Spartan warriors moved in disciplined silence, each step a reminder of their purpose. Alongside them, a small force of helots, slaves who had been granted the honor of supporting the army, carried supplies. The helots knew that they, too, might meet death at Thermopylae, but they marched without fear, proud to serve their city-state in this defining moment. As they traveled, they were joined by small contingents from other Greek city-states. From Thespians, a band of 700 men joined the march, young and old warriors alike who felt the call to defend Greece. From Thebes came 400 more, their loyalty tempered by fear of Persia yet willing to fight under Leonidas' leadership. Each group carried with it a sense of respect for the Spartans, who were prepared to lead them in this desperate stand. In the evenings, the men made camp under the open sky, gathering around small fires and sharing sparse meals. Leonidas moved among them, speaking quietly with each man, sharing stories of home, of families left behind, and of the honor of their mission. For all their differences, they were united by the knowledge that they were standing together against a common foe, a force that threatened to consume everything they loved. As they drew closer to Thermopylae, they could feel the shadow of the Persian Empire growing larger. Scouts brought back news of the Persian vanguard advancing, of countless troops and glistening banners stretching as far as the eye could see. Yet Leonidas remained resolute, his confidence a steady flame in the hearts of his men. Each Spartan had prepared his entire life for this moment. They did not fear the numbers of the enemy, they feared only the shame of failing their king, their people, and their duty. On the final day of their march, the pass of Thermopylae came into view, a narrow stretch of land wedged between steep cliffs and the sea, the perfect place to confront the vast Persian army. Here, their few numbers would be enough to hold back even the mightiest of forces, if only for a time. As the Spartans arrived, they surveyed the terrain with steely determination, each man understanding that this place would likely be his tomb. Leonidas gathered his warriors one last time before they took their positions. Standing on a small rise overlooking the pass, he spoke to them, his voice calm and unwavering. "This is our stand. Here, we hold the line for Sparta, for all of Greece. No man shall yield, no man shall retreat. Today, we fight for our people, for our honor, and for the freedom of all Greeks." His words, brief but powerful, stirred the hearts of his men, filling them with pride and resolve. With their positions set, the Spartans prepared the pass, building a low wall from stones and dirt to funnel the enemy into a confined space. They sharpened their spears, secured their shields, and took their places, forming the impenetrable wall of bronze and willpower that was the hallmark of the Spartan phalanx. Beside them stood their allies from Thespians and Thebes, their faces a mixture of fear and fierce determination. Together, they would stand as one against the Persian horde. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the mountains, the men of Greece readied themselves for the dawn and the battle that would surely follow. In that quiet moment, as darkness settled over the pass, Leonidas looked upon his warriors, each one a testament to Spartan strength, courage, and honor. They were outnumbered 1,000 to 1, yet their spirits were unbroken, their resolve unwavering. Thus, the Spartans and their allies prepared to make their stand at Thermopylae, knowing that they would face an enemy of overwhelming power. But they also knew that their courage would echo through history, a testament to the strength of those willing to sacrifice everything for the freedom of their people. For Leonidas and his 300, there was no turning back. The first light of dawn was breaking over the peaks surrounding Sparta as Leonidas stood in quiet contemplation, his mind heavy with the gravity of what lay ahead. He knew the decision he had made, to lead a small but resolute force to hold the pass of Thermopylae, was one that would likely cost him his life. His duty as king demanded it, yet there was a part of him that was still a husband, a father, a man with people he loved and cherished. And it was to them he would soon bid farewell. He made his way through the stone pathways of his home, his heart steadied by years of discipline and duty, yet softened by the thought of his family. As he entered his home, the familiar sounds and scents filled him with a sense of belonging and purpose. This was what he was fighting to protect, and the knowledge strengthened his resolve. Inside, Queen Gorgo waited, her posture regal, her expression calm and composed. She had known this day would come, for she understood the duty that bound Leonidas. More than just his wife, Gorgo was his confidant, his partner in ruling Sparta, and his equal in strength of spirit. She would not beg him to stay, for she was as much a part of Sparta as he was, and she knew what was expected of both of them. Leonidas looked into her eyes, his own gaze unflinching. He saw in her the fierce resolve that had captivated him from the start, the wisdom that made her beloved by the people of Sparta. In that moment, words felt unnecessary, as if their bond transcended any need for speech. "I know what you must do," Gorgo said softly, breaking the silence. Her voice was steady, yet he could hear the subtle tremor beneath it. "And I will bear it, as all Spartan wives do. Go, Leonidas. Fight as you must. If it is your fate not to return, I will carry on. Our son will know of your courage, your sacrifice." Leonidas nodded, his throat tight with emotion he could not allow himself to show. He reached for her hand, feeling its warmth one last time. "If I am to die," he said, his voice low and steady, "then let it be in the service of our people, so that Sparta may endure." She held his gaze, unyielding, and then, in a gesture so Spartan yet so deeply personal, she pressed her hand over his heart. "Come back with your shield, or on it," she whispered, echoing the words that had been passed down through generations of Spartan warriors and their families. It was the only farewell fitting for this moment that he turned to find his son, Pleistarchus, who was still young but already showed the promise of a future warrior. The boy looked up at him with a mixture of admiration and innocence, still untested by the burdens his father carried. Leonidas knelt before him, placing a steady hand on the boy's shoulder. "My son," he said, meeting the child's wide, earnest eyes, "I go now to defend our land, our people, and you. One day, you will understand what this means. And when that time comes, remember that a Spartan never falters, never yields." Pleistarchus's eyes shone with the glimmer of pride, yet there was a hint of fear as he clung to his father's words. He was old enough to understand that his father might not return, yet young enough that he could not fully comprehend what it meant to live with such sacrifice. Leonidas placed a gentle hand on the boy's head, drawing him close. "Whatever happens, know that I go willingly. Be strong for your mother, as I am strong for you," Leonidas continued. "One day, you will take up this mantle, and you will lead as I have led. Remember that our family stands for honor, courage, and duty. These are the gifts I leave you." The words, simple but powerful, etched themselves in the boy's mind, a legacy that would shape him for years to come. Pleistarchus nodded, his face set with a determination beyond his years. He would remember this moment, the strength in his father's voice, the pride he felt, and the profound understanding that he, too, was a part of something greater than himself. Leonidas rose, casting one last look around his home. The familiar walls, the sense of the hearth, the sounds of his family, these were the things he would carry with him as he marched toward Thermopylae. These were the memories that would give him strength in the darkest moments. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by the men he had chosen to accompany him, the 300 warriors who had been handpicked not only for their skill but for their resolve. Each one of them was a husband, a father, a son. And each one had left his own farewells behind. Leonidas looked into their eyes, seeing the shared understanding, the silent acceptance of their duty. They were ready. Together, they began the march, their crimson cloaks catching the early morning light as they moved through the streets of Sparta. The people watched in solemn silence, their eyes filled with pride and sadness, knowing that they might never see these men again. They were not just warriors, they were sons, brothers, husbands, fathers. They were the living embodiment of Sparta's ideals. Leonidas led his men, feeling the weight of his duty and the memory of his family pressing on his heart. But he also felt the fire of purpose, the knowledge that he was marching toward his destiny, one that would honor both his people and his family. Whatever happened at Thermopylae, he would face it with courage, just as he had promised Gorgo and Pleistarchus. As they left the city, Leonidas cast one last look back at Sparta, a farewell not just to his home but to the life he had known. He turned forward, his face set, his heart steady. The road to Thermopylae lay ahead, and he would walk it with the strength and pride of a Spartan king, a husband, a father, and a warrior. Thus, Leonidas and his 300 warriors began their journey, leaving behind the comforts of home and the love of their families, knowing that their sacrifice would shape the future of Greece. For Leonidas, it was more than just a march to war, it was a testament to his devotion, his courage, and his unbreakable bond with the people he loved. The plains of Asia shook with the thunderous march of Xerxes' vast army, a sprawling force assembled from the far reaches of his empire. Hundreds of thousands of men, infantry, cavalry, archers, engineers, and artisans, poured through the landscape like an unstoppable flood, each step taken with the intent to subdue and conquer. The sheer magnitude of this force was a testament to Xerxes' power, wealth, and ambition. He intended not just to defeat Greece but to overwhelm and erase any notion of resistance. In the heart of the army rode Xerxes himself, seated atop a richly adorned chariot, his countenance regal and composed. He wore the traditional robes of a Persian king, embroidered with gold and inlaid with precious stones. His crown gleamed in the sunlight, and his gaze was fixed resolutely ahead, a picture of imperial grandeur. His army was the largest the world had ever seen, and he wielded it with confidence that it would crush any force that dared oppose him. Xerxes had inherited his father Darius's ambition to expand the Persian Empire across the known world, a vision halted years before by the Greeks' unexpected resilience at Marathon. Now, Xerxes sought to finish what his father had started. This invasion was not merely about territory, it was personal. The Persian king saw himself as destined to bring all of Greece under his rule, and he would not tolerate defiance. The men of his army hailed from every corner of his vast empire, creating a remarkable, if daunting, tapestry of cultures, languages, and customs. There were Persian immortals, elite warriors adorned in glittering armor, moving with disciplined precision at the heart of the army. Beside them marched Egyptians, carrying curved swords and decorated shields, Assyrians with their tall spears and plumed helmets, Babylonians with intricate bows capable of shooting deadly arrows over great distances. There were even conscripts from the lands of India, their bright attire and exotic weapons a reminder of the empire's farthest reaches. For many soldiers, the march to Greece was simply another campaign, another order to fulfill. But for others, it was an adventure, a chance to win glory and wealth. To march with Xerxes was to walk in the shadow of a god-king, the man who held dominion over the greatest empire in history. Each warrior bore the symbols of his homeland, yet all moved as one under the banner of Persia, their loyalties bound by duty to the great king. As the army advanced, scouts reported back to Xerxes about the Greek defenses and the route ahead. The size of the Greek forces, they claimed, was laughably small. A ragtag assembly of city-states, each with its own agenda, its own pride, and its own fears. Xerxes listened with a smirk, confident in the knowledge that his massive force would be more than enough to break them. What could a few thousand Greeks do against the might of the Persian Empire? He envisioned a swift and glorious victory, a triumph that would echo throughout the ages. As they approached the Hellespont, the strait that separated Asia from Europe, Xerxes had ordered the construction of a massive pontoon bridge. His engineers and craftsmen labored day and night, creating a bridge of boats that spanned the waters, a marvel of ancient engineering. It was a symbol not only of Persian ingenuity but of Xerxes' determination to see his will realized. The message was clear: there would be no turning back. He would lead his army across this bridge, and from there, Greece would fall. Xerxes stood at the edge of the Hellespont as the final preparations were made, surveying the bridge and the bustling activity of his army. In a grand ceremony, he offered sacrifices to the gods, imploring their favor and ensuring the loyalty of his men. Priests chanted ancient hymns, incense filled the air, and precious offerings were cast into the waters. He knew that the gods were watching, and he wanted their blessing for the great conquest that lay ahead. When the bridge was finally completed, the Persian army began its crossing, a seemingly endless line of soldiers, horses, and supply wagons stretching from shore to shore. The ground trembled as tens of thousands of feet marched in unison, their rhythmic steps creating a thunderous sound that could be heard for miles. The sight was awe-inspiring, a testament to the sheer power of Persia's might, a force of men, beasts, and machines assembled with one singular purpose: to conquer Greece. Days turned into weeks as the army crossed the Hellespont and moved through Thrace and Macedonia, consuming resources from every land it passed. Persian agents had been sent ahead, carrying messages of surrender to the Greek city-states, reminding them of the futility of resistance. Some city-states submitted, hoping to avoid destruction. But others, like Athens and Sparta, remained defiant, their pride and fierce independence burning as brightly as ever. At night, the campfires of the Persian army stretched as far as the eye could see, a sprawling sea of light under the starlit sky. The warriors rested, sharing tales of home and dreams of the spoils they would win. Yet there was an unease that lingered among them, a sense that Greece was no ordinary conquest. Stories had reached them of the Greek warriors' tenacity, their skill in close combat, and their fierce devotion to their homeland. But for most, the thought of a small, fractured people standing against the might of Persia was laughable. Xerxes, however, was not one to underestimate his enemies. He knew that the Greeks were stubborn and that they had a history of valor and pride. He had heard tales of the Athenians' victory at Marathon and of the Spartans' legendary prowess in battle. It was why he had brought such overwhelming numbers, so many that even the greatest warriors could not hope to prevail against him. As the Persian army neared Thermopylae, Xerxes received word from his scouts about the narrow pass and the Greek forces waiting there. A small contingent, they reported, led by a Spartan king named Leonidas. The scouts described the terrain: sheer cliffs on one side, the sea on the other, a perfect place for the Greeks to make a stand. Xerxes was momentarily irritated. Did these Greeks truly think they could halt the Persian Empire with a handful of men? It was arrogance, plain and simple. Still, Xerxes was cautious. He decided to wait, hoping that the Greeks would surrender rather than face certain death. For 10 days, he sent emissaries to the Greek camp, offering Leonidas a chance to surrender. The response was a simple refusal. The Spartan king had no intention of yielding. As the days passed, Xerxes' irritation grew, his patience wearing thin. He could see the narrow pass before him, the gateway to Greece, barred by a small band of warriors. He knew that he had the numbers to crush them, yet he could not ignore the significance of their resistance. These Greeks, it seemed, were not only unafraid but determined to defy him. With his decision made, Xerxes gave the order to advance. He would break the Greeks at Thermopylae, and with their defeat, the rest of Greece would fall. The earth trembled as his forces prepared for battle, the relentless Persian horde gathering like a storm ready to consume everything in its path. The march resumed, a sea of men flowing toward Thermopylae, where a small, determined force awaited them. For Xerxes, it was just another step in his quest to conquer the West. But for the Greeks, it was the beginning of a stand that would change the course of history. The journey to Thermopylae had been long and taxing, but as the narrow mountain pass came into view, the Spartans and their allies felt a surge of resolve. Surrounded by cliffs that seemed to scrape the very sky, the pass was as formidable as the stories told. Known as the Hot Gates due to the sulfuric springs that bubbled nearby, Thermopylae held a mystic, almost sacred atmosphere, as if the gods themselves watched over it. Leonidas led his men through the narrow gorge, his face etched with determination. This was not just a battlefield, it was a threshold between the free lands of Greece and the vast Persian Empire. Behind them lay their homes, their families, and everything they held dear. In front of them loomed the oncoming tide of the Persian horde. Here, in this narrow pass flanked by steep cliffs and the Aegean Sea, the Greeks would stand against insurmountable odds. The rugged beauty of the place inspired awe, the raw cliffs rising like giants on either side, sheltering the warriors from the world beyond. The land was ancient, steeped in legends and stories passed down for generations. Thermopylae's springs were said to be gifts from the gods, and its cliffs were thought to echo with the voices of heroes long gone. As the Greeks arrived, many felt a powerful sense of purpose. It was as if the mountains themselves bore witness to their resolve. This place was meant for warriors, and for Leonidas and his men, there was no better place to make their stand. Leonidas gathered the leaders of the allied forces, the Thespians, the Thebans, and the handful of others who had joined him on this grim mission. He gazed at each of them, recognizing their courage and their willingness to face the might of Persia. Together, they represented the unity of the Greek city-states, a rare alliance forged in the face of annihilation. Each man there knew he was likely marching toward his death, yet there was no hint of fear in their eyes. They had chosen this path, and they would face their fate with dignity. "Here," Leonidas said, his voice carrying through the stillness of the pass, "we will hold them. They may have countless men, but they will come to us in waves. And as long as we hold this pass, they cannot advance." The other leaders nodded in agreement, their faces stern and resolute. To the west, the cliffs rose sharply, casting long shadows across the path as the sun began to sink toward the horizon. The Spartans and their allies began to fortify their position, rebuilding an old stone wall that blocked the narrowest part of the pass. This wall, ancient and partially crumbled, would serve as their first line of defense. They worked in silence, knowing that every stone they set was a step closer to their final battle. As they laid the stones, a sense of calm settled over the men. Each rock, each barricade, felt like an act of defiance against the massive army bearing down upon them. That evening, as fires crackled within the camp, the men spoke in hushed tones, reflecting on what lay ahead. There was little need for speeches, each warrior knew the stakes. The Spartans polished their shields and tested the sharpness of their spears, their ritual of preparation as much a spiritual exercise as it was practical. Leonidas walked among his men, offering a steady gaze and a reassuring nod to each soldier he passed. His mere presence inspired them, his calm unshakable as they faced the coming onslaught. The air was thick with the scent of the sulfur springs, rising from the earth like the breath of ancient gods. The springs were revered by the Greeks, believed to have healing properties bestowed by the divine. Some of the men knelt at the water's edge, dipping their hands in and making silent prayers, hoping that the gods would grant them strength, or at least, a quick and honorable death. As darkness fell, the sounds of the Persian encampment carried faintly through the night. The Greeks knew that Xerxes' army lay only a short distance away, a seething mass of soldiers, horses, and siege engines that stretched as far as the eye could see. But here, in the shadow of the mountains, the Greeks felt protected, as if the gods themselves had chosen Thermopylae as the place of their stand. The Spartans were known for their stoic acceptance of fate, and in the quiet hours before battle, they found solace in each other's presence. They recounted tales of home, of past battles, and of fallen comrades. Their laughter, though tempered by the knowledge of what lay ahead, was unforced, a testament to their unbreakable spirit. Throughout the night, Leonidas remained vigilant, gazing into the darkness where the Persian fires flickered like stars on the horizon. He knew that the dawn would bring bloodshed, that each of his men would soon be tested to their utmost limits. Yet he felt no fear, only a profound sense of purpose. He thought of Gorgo, of Pleistarchus, and of the Spartan ideal that had shaped him. Here, in this mountain pass, he would fulfill his duty to them and to all of Greece. The allies were now ready, their minds sharpened, their spirits hardened by the realization that this place would be their battleground, and likely, their grave. The mountains of Thermopylae would bear witness to their stand, and the hot gates would be forever marked by their sacrifice. As the first light of dawn crept over the peaks, casting a faint glow over the narrow pass, the Greeks took their positions. They were outnumbered beyond reckoning, but each man stood tall, resolute, his shield in place, his spear ready. The moment had come. In this sacred place, beneath the shadow of the gods, they would fight for freedom, for honor, and for each other. The pass lay silent, the calm before the storm. Soon, Xerxes' horde would descend upon them, a tide that would seek to crush them beneath its weight. But for Leonidas and his men, this ground was hallowed, and they would defend it with their lives. The first light of day broke over the mountains, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. The Greek warriors stood at the ready, the weight of their shields heavy in their hands, their spears sharp and gleaming in the early morning light. The narrow pass of Thermopylae lay before them, a gateway they would guard with their lives. The air was thick with anticipation, the stillness of the dawn shattered by the distant sound of Persian horns. Leonidas stood at the forefront of his men, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the dust of the advancing Persian army began to rise. His expression was unreadable, but his presence alone radiated calm and authority. Beside him stood his fellow commanders, Euripides, the Spartan officer, Dionysus, the warrior who had once promised to make the Persians taste the Greek spear, and the other leaders of the allied forces. The Thespians, led by their own commander, Demophilus, stood beside them, ready for the fight. The Thebans, though fewer in number, prepared themselves for the battle ahead, their formation tight and determined. The sun had not yet fully risen, and already the ground trembled beneath the march of Xerxes' vast army. In the distance, the Persian forces were assembling, an unending sea of soldiers, their banners fluttering in the morning breeze, their armored ranks stretching into the horizon. Xerxes' horde, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was a terrifying sight. Yet, for all their numbers, they would have to come through the pass, a choke point that limited their numbers and nullified much of their advantage in cavalry and archers. At the head of the Greek formation stood the iconic phalanx, the Spartan shield wall. The phalanx was a masterstroke of Greek military strategy, and it was the backbone of their defense. Each man in the front rank stood shoulder to shoulder, his shield raised to protect the man beside him, his spear pointed forward, ready to thrust at any Persian who dared to come within range. The rows of warriors behind them added strength to the formation, their shields overlapping in a tight, impenetrable wall, while their spears extended outward, forming a deadly forest of iron. The hoplites, the heavily armored Greek infantry, were trained to fight in unison, their movements synchronized with precision. The key to the phalanx's effectiveness lay in its discipline. Every soldier, from the front rank to the back, moved as one. The Greeks had honed this fighting style for years, and it was their greatest weapon against the disorganized and less disciplined armies they faced. As the Persian army drew closer, the first wave of battle began to unfold. Xerxes had dispatched his archers to soften the Greek lines, sending a volley of arrows into the air. The sky darkened as the arrows rained down, but the Greeks were well prepared. As the shafts descended, they raised their shields high, the curved bronze surfaces deflecting the arrows with a satisfying clang. The Persian archers were skilled, but their numbers were too great, and the Greeks held firm. The arrows that didn't bounce harmlessly off the shields fell into the gaps between the soldiers, but the Greeks were largely unharmed. Then, the Persian infantry advanced. With a cry, the immortals, the elite Persian warriors, charged forward. They were a fearsome sight, well-armored and trained in the art of close combat, their long spears gleaming in the light. They moved with deadly intent, aiming to pierce the Greek ranks and break the shield wall. They came at the Greeks like a crashing wave, but the Greek soldiers stood their ground, their formation unyielding. The first clash was deafening, the sound of shields crashing together and spears stabbing the air reverberated across the pass. The Persians were met with an unbreakable line of steel and bronze. Leonidas, at the center of the phalanx, fought with a fury born of his Spartan heritage, his sword flashing as he cut down Persian soldiers who came too close. He could feel the force of the Persian charge, but the phalanx held. The shield wall was a fortress, unbreachable by the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Every time a Persian soldier fell, another took his place, but the Greeks stood strong. The phalanx was a moving wall of death. The front ranks, locked in their shields, thrust their spears forward, stabbing at the advancing Persians. The second and third ranks followed suit, their spears rising and falling in perfect synchronization. Each thrust of the spear was precise, designed to pierce through armor and strike at vital points in the Persian bodies. It was an impenetrable defense, and for every Persian that died, 10 more tried to take his place, but the Persians were relentless. Xerxes, watching from a distance, saw the battle unfold with a mixture of fascination and frustration. His army was vast, and he knew that eventually, the Greeks would tire. But as the hours wore on, it became clear that the Greeks were not weakening. If anything, their resolve was growing stronger. The Persian waves continued to crash against the Greek lines, but they could not breach the wall of shields. The Greek hoplites, protected by their armor and shielded from the worst of the arrows, were unstoppable in their phalanx formation. As the battle raged on, Leonidas' command remained steady. Every Spartan and Greek soldier in the phalanx knew their place, and every man moved in lockstep, protecting his brother in arms. Dionysus, the Spartan warrior, fought with his characteristic bravado, laughing in the face of the Persian advance. When asked by a fellow soldier how they could possibly survive the onslaught, Dionysus responded with grim humor, "The Persians have so many men, they have to be able to spare a few." The Thespians fought just as fiercely, their numbers smaller, but their courage no less. Demophilus, their commander, fought shoulder to shoulder with Leonidas, refusing to give up an inch of ground. The Thebans, though often seen as less reliable, held their own as well, their ranks filled with men determined to protect their homeland, even if it meant facing certain death. As the day wore on, the Persian casualties mounted, but still, the waves continued. Xerxes sent more waves of immortals and Persian foot soldiers to test the Greek defenses, each wave crashing against the unyielding wall of the phalanx. Every time a new wave advanced, the Greeks repelled it, their spears cutting through the Persian ranks with deadly efficiency. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows over the battlefield. The Greeks had fought through the morning with unmatched discipline, and as the afternoon sun began to set, it became clear that they had done the impossible. For all the might of Xerxes' forces, they had not broken the Greeks. The Persian army was exhausted, their casualties mounting, and their resolve beginning to falter. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they had been unable to breach the Greek lines, but as the Greeks stood their ground, they knew this was only the beginning. They had won the first battle, but the war was far from over. Thermopylae was a battleground like no other, and as night fell, the air was thick with the promise of more bloodshed. The Greeks had held firm, but at what cost? The coming days would reveal whether their courage and strength would be enough to secure victory or whether their sacrifice would be in vain. The stillness of the morning was shattered by the sound of war drums, a deep, resonant thundering that echoed through the narrow pass of Thermopylae. The Persian army, stretching beyond the horizon, stirred into action as Xerxes gave the order for the first major assault. It was a sight that would have struck terror into the hearts of lesser men, an endless tide of soldiers, cavalry, and archers moving forward, their banners waving in the breeze, their war cries rising to the heavens. The land shook under the weight of their numbers. Leonidas and his warriors stood firm in the Greek formation, the phalanx prepared for the storm that was about to break. Every Spartan and every allied soldier knew what was coming. The time for waiting was over. The time for bloodshed had arrived. Xerxes, perched high on a golden throne and guarded by his closest generals, looked down upon the battlefield with a calm demeanor. He had faith in the overwhelming might of his army, confident that the Greeks would soon be crushed beneath its weight. His first wave would break them, and his victory would be assured. Yet, there was something about the Greeks' steadfastness that unsettled him. They stood like an immovable wall, their formation unbroken despite the tremendous odds. As the Persian infantry advanced, the ground rumbled beneath their march. The first line of Persian soldiers, the immortals, moved with deadly precision. Their faces were hidden behind bronze masks, their eyes cold and determined. They were elite, highly trained, and well-equipped for the close-quarters fighting that would soon ensue. Behind them, a vast army of Persian foot soldiers, archers, and cavalry waited to follow. With a cry, the immortals surged forward, their spears raised high. The Persian archers released a volley of arrows, darkening the sky as they rained down on the Greek lines. The air was filled with the whistling of arrows, and the ground before the Greeks was littered with the deadly projectiles. Yet, in perfect synchronization, the Greek hoplites raised their shields, forming a near-impenetrable barrier against the barrage. The arrows struck with the sound of rain hitting stone, but the shields absorbed the blows, leaving the Greeks unscathed. The Persian infantry closed the distance, their war cries growing louder as they neared the Greek phalanx. The first clash of weapons echoed through the pass like thunder, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the ground. The Persian immortals met the Greek wall head-on, their spears striking at the shields, while the Greeks responded with powerful thrusts of their own. Each blow, each thrust of the spear, was delivered with unyielding discipline. The Persian forces were relentless, pressing forward with wave after wave of soldiers. But the Greeks held firm. The phalanx was a well-oiled machine, its soldiers working together in perfect unison. Each Spartan, each Theban, each Thespian knew his place in the line, and each man fought to protect the one beside him. The shields formed a near-impenetrable barrier, and the spears thrust forward with deadly precision. The Persian onslaught came crashing against the Greek line like a wave breaking on a rocky shore, but it was stopped dead in its tracks. Leonidas stood at the center of the phalanx, his eyes sharp and focused, his spear flashing as he cut down any Persian soldier who dared to come too close. His movements were swift and practiced, the result of years of training and countless battles. His voice, calm and commanding, rang out over the battlefield, directing his men with precise orders. Hold your ground. Keep the line steady. Do not let them break through. The Greeks fought with a ferocity that shocked the Persians. The immortals, trained for years in the art of war, were stunned by the discipline and unrelenting strength of the Greeks. Each time they tried to advance, they were pushed back, their ranks thinning with every step. Persian soldiers fell by the dozens, their bodies piling up at the feet of the Greek shield wall. Xerxes, watching from his elevated position, began to grow impatient. His first wave of attack, though fierce and coordinated, had failed to break the Greeks. The Persians had suffered heavy losses, but the Greeks remained unyielding, their shield wall unbroken. Xerxes ordered a second wave, sending in more soldiers to overwhelm the Greeks, but still, the result was the same. The Persian soldiers charged with all the fury they could muster, but they were met with the same unyielding wall of shields and spears. The Greeks, though vastly outnumbered, fought with the determination of men defending their homes, their families, and their way of life. Every thrust of the spear was a defiance against the invasion, every shield held firm a testament to their unity. Leonidas had prepared them for this moment. They were not just fighting for their survival, they were fighting for the freedom of all Greece. With each successive charge, the Persian forces began to falter. The immortals, once thought invincible, were being cut down by the skilled and disciplined Greek warriors. The Persians had no answer to the phalanx, no counter to its strength. The Greeks fought with a single, focused purpose. Nothing would break them, not even the might of Xerxes' army. As the morning wore on, the battlefield was a scene of chaos. The once pristine pass was now stained with the blood of countless fallen soldiers. The Persian army, though vast in number, was beginning to realize the full extent of the Greek strength. Despite the overwhelming odds, the Greeks had repelled the first wave of the Persian assault. The immortals, once the pride of the Persian Empire, were in disarray, and the Persian foot soldiers were retreating in confusion. Xerxes watched as his first wave of attack crumbled, his confidence beginning to waver. He had underestimated the Greeks, and now he was facing the reality that this would not be an easy victory. His generals, too, were beginning to show signs of doubt. They had expected to break the Greek lines with ease, but the Greeks were holding firm, and the cost in Persian lives was mounting with each failed assault. The ground was littered with the bodies of fallen Persians, their blood staining the earth beneath the feet of the Greeks. The Greeks, though weary, remained resolute. Their lines were unbroken, and their resolve was stronger than ever. The first wave had failed, and Xerxes' hopes for a swift victory were beginning to fade, but the battle was far from over. Xerxes would not give up easily, and he would send wave after wave of soldiers against the Greeks until he had broken them. The first wave had been repelled, but the Greeks knew that more attacks would come. And when they did, they would be ready. Leonidas looked to his men, his voice calm but filled with an unshakable confidence. "They will come again," he said. "But we will stand, as we always have. We are the shield of Greece, and no force on this earth can break us." And so, as the sun climbed higher into the sky, the Greeks prepared for the next wave. They had withstood the first storm, but they knew the true test was yet to come. The roar of battle filled the air, the sound of clashing steel and the cries of the dying reverberating through the narrow pass of Thermopylae. Yet amid the chaos, one thing stood resolute: the Spartan shield wall. It was an unbreakable formation, a living, breathing bastion of steel and flesh that had withstood the Persian onslaught time and time again. To the Persians, it was a force of nature, an unyielding barrier of death that refused to yield. To the Spartans, it was more than just a fighting formation, it was a symbol of everything they stood for: honor, duty, and sacrifice. At the heart of the shield wall stood Leonidas, his bronze armor gleaming in the sun, his face set in a grim mask of determination. His spear was always raised, his shield ever present at his side, deflecting the blows of the enemy and ensuring that his men remained protected. His presence was like a beacon in the darkness of the battle, a reminder that they fought not for glory alone, but for the future of their people. Surrounding him were his fellow Spartan hoplites, trained from childhood to fight and die in defense of Sparta and its ideals. Their shields, larger than those of most men, were locked together in an unbroken line. The edges of their shields overlapped perfectly, creating a nearly impenetrable wall of bronze. In the heart of the formation, the Spartan warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, while those in the rear ranks thrust their spears forward, striking at any Persian soldier who dared to come too close. The rhythm of the battle was a brutal dance: spear thrusts, shield bashes, and the occasional clash of swords as Persian soldiers tried in vain to breach the shield wall. The Greeks, though vastly outnumbered, fought with a unity that the Persians could not match. Their phalanx formation was a work of art, a tightly coordinated, impenetrable structure that allowed them to fight as one. The front rank pressed forward, thrusting their spears with deadly precision, while the rear ranks added their strength, ensuring that the wall remained solid, no matter how many times the Persians crashed against it. The Spartan shields were the key to the formation's success. Each Spartan held his shield with the strength of his ancestors, his grip unwavering as the weight of battle pressed down on him. The shields were made of bronze and wood, sturdy enough to withstand the force of arrows, spear thrusts, and sword blows. But the real power of the shield lay in the unity of the Spartan warriors. The Greeks were not simply relying on their shields to protect them, they were relying on one another. The shield wall was a bond, a promise between brothers in arms that they would never let each other fall. For the Persians, the shield wall was a terrifying obstacle. They had expected to overwhelm the Greeks with sheer numbers, to break their lines through the weight of their forces. But the Spartan phalanx was unlike anything they had ever faced. The first wave of Persian infantry, elite soldiers like the Immortals, had charged with all their might, their spears flashing in the sun as they rushed to break through the Greek lines. But the moment they met the Spartan shield wall, their advance was halted. The impact was like a tidal wave crashing against a cliff. The Greek shields, locked together in unison, absorbed the brunt of the attack, while the Spartan spears lashed out with brutal efficiency. As the battle raged on, the Persians began to realize that their numerical advantage meant little against the Spartan shield wall. Each Persian soldier who tried to break through was met with a spear to the chest or a shield to the face. The Greeks fought with a discipline that the Persians could not match. Every man knew his place in the formation, and every soldier was prepared to lay down his life to protect his brothers. The Persian foot soldiers, though numerous, lacked the unity and cohesion of the Greeks. Their attempts to outflank the shield wall were thwarted at every turn, their ranks thinning with every failed assault. Leonidas fought with a cold, calculated ferocity, his spear cutting through the Persian ranks with brutal efficiency. His shield was a constant presence, blocking incoming blows and creating openings for his men to strike. He moved with the grace of a warrior who had spent his entire life training for this moment, his every action a reflection of the discipline instilled in him by years of Spartan education. The weight of the battle was not on his shoulders alone, it was shared by every man in the shield wall, each warrior taking turns fighting, resting, and rejoining the fray. The Spartan warriors were not just fighting for their lives, they were fighting for an ideal. To a Spartan, the shield was not just a piece of armor, it was a symbol of his duty to his city, his comrades, and his family. A warrior who dropped his shield in battle was a disgrace to his people, a dishonor that could never be erased. For the Spartans, their shields were an extension of themselves, and they would never let them fall. As the day wore on, the Persian army began to falter. The first wave of soldiers had been repelled, and the second was now crashing against the Greek lines with equal force. The Persians were determined to break the shield wall, but their attacks were becoming more desperate. Each assault seemed to be met with greater resistance, and the number of Persian bodies piling up at the feet of the Greek phalanx grew ever higher. The battle was not without its cost. Despite the strength of the shield wall, the Greeks had not come through unscathed. Several warriors had already fallen, their bodies lying in the blood-soaked earth. But the Spartan warriors did not mourn their dead, they honored them by fighting on. In the Spartan way, a warrior's life was never more important than the defense of his comrades and his city. The fallen would be remembered, but the fight had to continue. In the heart of the shield wall, Dionysus, a seasoned Spartan veteran, laughed even as the battle raged around him. He had been fighting since dawn, and the Persian onslaught showed no signs of slowing down. Yet, there was a wild, defiant gleam in his eye as he parried a Persian spear with his shield. "The Persian arrows may darken the sky," he said with a grin, "but it is not the sky they should fear, it is the earth beneath their feet." The Greeks were fighting not just for survival, but for their way of life, the ideals of freedom, honor, and valor that Sparta had instilled in them since birth. The Spartan warrior was a symbol of courage and discipline, a beacon of hope for all who sought to preserve their way of life against tyranny. Their shield wall was not just a defensive formation, it was a symbol of defiance, a message to the Persian Empire that they would never be broken, no matter the cost. And so, as the battle raged on, the Spartan shield wall held firm, its warriors locked in a desperate struggle against the Persian onslaught. Blood was spilled, lives were lost, but the wall never wavered. For the Spartans, honor was not just a word, it was the very foundation of their being. And they would fight, with every ounce of strength they had, to defend it. From his elevated throne, positioned just behind the ranks of his generals, Xerxes surveyed the battlefield below with a cold, calculating gaze. The pass of Thermopylae had been reduced to a scene of utter chaos, dust and blood mingling in the air, the thunder of battle resonating from every corner of the narrow pass. The sound of clashing shields, the screams of dying soldiers, and the groan of breaking weapons filled the air. It was a spectacle, but not one that Xerxes found pleasing. His army, the might of the Persian Empire, was vast beyond measure, yet it had been unable to break the Greek defense. His eyes scanned the Greek lines below, and his brow furrowed in thought. The Greeks fought with such unyielding resolve, their lines unbroken despite the weight of his entire army pressing down on them. Every Persian assault had been repelled, every charge halted by the impenetrable Greek phalanx. Xerxes' face, usually so full of confidence and pride, had begun to tighten with frustration. He had expected victory here, easily. His army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was far superior in size, and his forces included some of the greatest warriors of the ancient world, such as the Immortals, elite fighters who had never known defeat. Surely, he had thought, this would be another triumph to add to his list of conquests. And yet, here he was, watching in growing disbelief as wave after wave of Persians were repelled by a mere handful of Greeks that he had ordered his generals to press the attack, to break the Greek lines and make them submit. But every attack, no matter how forceful, had failed. The Greeks stood firm, their shields locked together like a wall of bronze, their spears flashing with deadly precision. It was as though their resolve was as unbreakable as the very mountains surrounding them. In front of him, his generals spoke in hushed tones, their faces grim as they took in the spectacle. Mardonius, one of his most trusted commanders, stood at his side, his eyes narrowed as he studied the Greeks. "My king, the Greek formation is unlike any we have faced," Mardonius said, his voice tinged with concern. "Their phalanx holds strong. We cannot break them with frontal assaults alone." Xerxes nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving the Greek lines. "I see it. They are disciplined, too disciplined. They fight as if their lives mean nothing, as if they are willing to die to protect that damned pass." Mardonius hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "It is their Spartans. They are the ones who hold the line. The others, Thespians, Thebans, even the Phocians, they fight valiantly, but it is the Spartans who stand as the backbone of their defense." Xerxes' gaze shifted slightly, his focus narrowing on the Greek king at the heart of the shield wall. Leonidas, the name alone had become a symbol of stubborn resistance, a king who had defied him and dared to stand against the Persian juggernaut. The Spartan king fought alongside his men, his spear cutting down one Persian after another, his shield never wavering. Xerxes could not help but admire the man's courage, though his pride would not allow him to show it. "This Leonidas," Xerxes muttered under his breath, his fingers tightening around the arms of his throne. "He is no ordinary man. His warriors follow him without hesitation, without fear. But they cannot last forever. They are only a handful." Mardonius nodded. "They are but a fraction of our numbers. With every wave, we will break them. Their resolve will falter. If we continue to press them." "No," Xerxes interrupted sharply, his voice suddenly cold. "We will not waste our strength on another futile charge. The Greeks fight for their lives, and for something more, honor. It is their weakness and their strength. But we will find another way." He rose from his throne, the weight of his gaze never leaving the battlefield. There was something about the Greeks that intrigued him. They were not like the conquered peoples of Asia Minor, nor like the disorganized tribes of the north. These men, led by a king who was as determined as the rocks beneath his feet, held something that Xerxes had yet to fully understand. It was more than bravery. It was an unwavering dedication to their cause, a cause that seemed beyond the simple drive to live. The Greeks were fighting for something that could not be measured in blood or treasure. Honor, Xerxes repeated to himself, the word foreign on his tongue. It was a concept he had never truly grasped. To him, victory was achieved by overwhelming strength, by the subjugation of those who dared stand in his way. Yet the Greeks, these small, stubborn men, seemed to defy all the rules. They held their ground not because they expected to win, but because they had a deep, ingrained belief that surrender was not an option. Their fight was not merely for survival, it was for their way of life. Turning back to Mardonius, Xerxes' eyes darkened with resolve. We will not break them by force alone. We must use cunning, not just strength. The pass may be narrow, but the Greeks are not invincible. Mardonius bowed slightly. My king, I will have the scouts investigate. There are rumors of a hidden path around the pass. If the Greeks are not aware of it, we could flank them and attack from behind. It may give us the opening we need. Xerxes' lips curled into a cold smile. Then we shall see if their resolve is as unbreakable as they believe. If this hidden path is real, it may be our way to victory. But we must move quickly. Every hour they stand there, they grow stronger in their belief. That, more than anything, will be their undoing. As the battle raged on beneath him, Xerxes continued to watch with a focused, calculating gaze. His eyes shifted from the carnage on the battlefield to the quiet strength of Leonidas. His admiration for the Greek king grew, but it was quickly overshadowed by his desire to crush this resistance once and for all. Xerxes had made his name by conquering empires, by sweeping across the lands of the known world, but this fight, it was different. The Greeks were unlike any foe he had ever faced. For the first time, Xerxes wondered if victory could truly be won by strength alone. The thought lingered for only a moment before he pushed it aside. There would be no question of defeat. He would find a way to break the Greeks, no matter the cost. The Persian Empire was vast, and its power was unmatched. And the Greeks, sooner or later, they would fall. The morning sun rose over the pass of Thermopylae, casting a pale light across the battlefield that was marred by the remnants of yesterday's clash, blood-stained earth, the twisted forms of fallen warriors, and the shattered weapons of those who had perished. The battle had raged throughout the day and into the night, but still, the Greek defense stood strong. The Spartan shield wall, now stained with blood, remained unbroken, a testament to the warriors' ironclad resolve. But Xerxes, seated upon his ornate golden throne at the rear of his command center, watched the scene unfold with growing impatience. His generals had failed to breach the Greek defenses. The repeated assaults of the previous day had been repelled, and no amount of sheer force had been able to shatter the unity of the Greeks. That he clenched his fists at his sides, staring at the enemy with a hard, unblinking gaze. He had expected the Greeks to falter after the first wave of attacks, their ranks to break under the pressure of his overwhelming numbers. But that had not happened. Instead, they had fought with an endurance that surprised even him. Leonidas, their king, stood resolute among his men, every blow and strike a statement of defiance. Mardonius, we will renew the assault, Xerxes said, his voice low but commanding. His eyes flicked to the battlefield, taking in the Greek formation once again. He had watched them fight for hours. He had learned much in that time. The Greeks were stubborn, yes, but they were also human. And like all men, they had limits. Xerxes knew it. Mardonius, ever the strategist, inclined his head. My king, the Greeks have proven resilient. Perhaps we could wait for their morale to wane before pressing forward again. No, Xerxes snapped, his eyes burning with a mixture of frustration and fury. They are not invincible. They may hold fast for now, but they cannot sustain this. We will test their resolve again. We will drive them back. Mardonius studied the battlefield in silence, the weight of Xerxes' orders heavy on his shoulders. The Persian army had suffered losses, perhaps not as many as the Greeks, but their pride had been wounded. To succeed now, to break the Greek phalanx, they needed to outwit their opponents, not just overpower them. We will call upon the immortals, Mardonius suggested. Their elite status should strike fear into the hearts of the Greeks. Xerxes nodded, his expression dark. Send them in. But this time, we will not just throw numbers at the wall. We will divide their ranks. Once we break the wall, we will scatter them. The Persian king's mind worked quickly, his commands coming with the precision of a man who had conquered vast empires with such decisiveness. But the Greeks, especially the Spartans, had proven difficult to predict. He would have to strike harder this time. Day 2 of the battle began with the same familiar sounds, the pounding of war drums, the clash of swords against shields, the sharp cries of Persian soldiers as they advanced again upon the Greek lines. At the front, Leonidas and his Spartans held their ground with unflinching discipline. His face was weathered, his armor scratched and dented from the day before, but his eyes burned with the fire of defiance. He could see that the Persian attacks had not diminished. Xerxes had not given up, and so neither could he. The day was hot, the sun beating down on the soldiers who stood in the narrow pass, breathing heavily through their helmets. Despite their fatigue, the Spartan warriors remained steadfast, their shields locked, their spears ever at the ready. Behind them, the smaller contingents of the Thespians and Thebans held their ground as best they could, their numbers far fewer than the Spartans, but their resolve was no less strong. Leonidas raised his spear and barked commands to his men, his voice steady despite the unrelenting pressure. The Greek phalanx was a living, breathing wall of men, their shields interlocked, their spears raised and poised to strike. But the first wave of Persian troops would not be enough to break them this time. The first wave, led by the immortals, surged forward, their warriors clad in distinctive armor, their faces hidden behind masks of bone and leather. The sight of them struck a deep unease in the Greeks. These warriors were unlike any they had fought before. The immortals were trained for one purpose: to break enemy lines. Their reputation had preceded them, and their mere presence brought a sense of foreboding. As the immortals crashed into the Greek shield wall, the earth seemed to tremble beneath their feet. The Greeks braced themselves, their shields locked in place, their spears thrust forward in defense. The immortals fought with deadly precision, their long spears aimed directly at the gaps in the Greek formation. But the Greeks were ready. Their shields absorbed the first blows, and their spears cut through the immortals' ranks with brutal efficiency. Despite the strength of the immortals, the Greek formation held firm. Leonidas and his men fought like shadows, moving with such precision that they seemed to anticipate every Persian move. Each strike from the immortals was met with a block, each thrust of their spears countered by the razor-sharp precision of the Greek warriors. As the battle raged, Xerxes observed the fighting from his vantage point. He could see that his immortals were struggling to break the Greek formation. They were strong, but they could not match the unity and discipline of the Greek lines. The shield wall remained unbroken, and the Spartans fought with a passion that seemed almost unnatural. The Persian king's brow furrowed in frustration. He had expected the immortals to be the key to his victory, but so far, they had failed to shatter the Greek lines. With each wave of attack, the Greeks stood their ground, their resolve hardening. Xerxes glanced to his right, where Mardonius stood, observing the battle with a keen eye. "We must increase the pressure," Xerxes said. "Send in more troops, but this time, we will not just charge headlong into their lines. We will find a weakness, any weakness, and exploit it." Mardonius bowed and quickly turned to issue the orders. Xerxes turned back to the field, his mind racing with ideas. If the immortals could not break the Greeks, perhaps it was time for something more subtle, a way to divide their ranks, to sow confusion and fear. He would find a way to break them, even if it meant using their strength against them. In the heart of the Greek lines, Leonidas fought with fierce determination, but even he could feel the weight of the battle bearing down upon him. Every charge, every attack seemed to come with greater force. The Greeks were holding strong, but how long could they last? The heat, the fatigue, and the endless waves of Persian warriors were starting to take their toll. As the sun climbed higher into the sky, the battle reached its zenith. Xerxes' renewed offensive had begun in full force, and the Greeks would need to hold fast, not just for their survival, but for the very future of their way of life. This battle was not just about tactics and weaponry, it was a test of resolve. Would the Spartans' indomitable will be enough to withstand the weight of Persia's might? The roar of the Persian army filled the air, a wave of humanity crashing against the Greek defense. Xerxes watched intently from his elevated position as his elite troops, the immortals, readied themselves for their most crucial strike yet. Clad in dark, imposing armor with masks of bone and leather, the immortals were the crown jewel of the Persian military, fighters with a reputation that stretched across the vast expanse of Xerxes' empire. They were the undefeated warriors, the terror of all who stood against them. Now, they had been summoned to bring an end to the stubborn Greek resistance at Thermopylae. As the immortals advanced, their shields gleamed in the sunlight, their spears poised like a deadly forest of iron. The ground seemed to tremble under their synchronized march, and their presence sent a ripple of unease through the Greek ranks. For the first time, the Greeks saw the full strength of Xerxes' most fearsome warriors arrayed against them. There was no more holding back, no more waves of lesser soldiers. This was the elite of Persia, the very tip of the spear aimed directly at the heart of the Greek defense. Leonidas, the Spartan king, stood at the front of his lines, his spear held firmly in his hand. His warriors, standing shoulder to shoulder in their perfect phalanx, looked unshaken, their shields interlocked, their spears extended outward in defiance. The ground was littered with the fallen from the previous day's battles, Persian and Greek alike, but the Spartans showed no sign of fear. They were ready. Form ranks. Leonidas shouted, his voice carrying above the battlefield as he raised his spear high. The Spartans responded immediately, tightening their lines. To them, it was as though no new enemy had arrived. They had faced death many times before. And now, the immortals were nothing more than another challenge, one they would face with unyielding resolve. The Persian immortals closed the distance swiftly, their imposing figures casting long shadows across the bloodied earth. With a battle cry that reverberated across the pass, they charged. Their spears flashed forward, their shields clashing together with a force that rattled the ground. The first wave of immortals struck the Greek line with terrifying power, their weapons swinging in perfect coordination. For a moment, the Spartans' shield wall shuddered under the impact. But then, as though the charge had been anticipated, the Greeks held firm. The shields interlocked perfectly, deflecting the initial onslaught, and the Spartans retaliated with brutal precision. Their spears darted forward like a storm of iron, piercing the Persian ranks. Xerxes, watching from his throne, narrowed his eyes. He had anticipated the immortals' superiority, but the Greek resilience was something he had not fully grasped. The Spartans, in particular, fought as though they were born to do nothing but this, nothing but stand their ground and strike with deadly accuracy. In the thick of the battle, Leonidas was a towering figure. His spear found its mark again and again, cutting down one immortal after another. With each swing, his blade sank deep into Persian flesh. His shield absorbed blows from the enemy, but it was his spear that became the symbol of death to the Persian warriors. The immortals were skilled, yes, but they were also bound by their rigid tactics. Every movement was calculated, every strike rehearsed. The Greeks, however, adapted with the fluidity of water, adjusting to every change in the battle with lethal grace. They were not bound by uniformity, but by honor. A force that was not so easily broken pushed them back. Leonidas roared as he cleaved through another immortal's defense, his eyes scanning the battlefield for the next target. His voice cut through the chaos like a blade, and his warriors followed his lead without hesitation. Their formation remained unbroken, the line tight and steady. For the immortals, this was unthinkable. No army had ever withstood the force of their assault. And yet, the Greeks, these few hundred warriors, held firm against the weight of the Persian Empire. Their shields clanged together, the sound a testament to their unity. The spears pierced the ranks of the immortals, cutting them down one by one, the Persian elite warriors falling in droves. Mardonius, observing from the side, watched in stunned silence. He had seen the immortals in action countless times, crushing enemies much larger in number, breaking through defenses thought impossible. But this was different. The Greeks, especially the Spartans, fought not just to survive, but with a single-minded focus to defeat their enemies. It was as if they had tapped into something greater than themselves. Mardonius turned to Xerxes, his voice laced with frustration. "My king, the immortals are struggling to break their lines. The Greeks fight with a unity that defies explanation. We must press harder." Xerxes' gaze was fixed on the battlefield, his face a mask of both admiration and fury. He could not understand it. How could this small force of Greeks withstand the might of his empire? He had sent the best soldiers Persia had to offer, and yet they were being repelled. "Send in more troops," Xerxes commanded. "Increase the pressure. We will crush them beneath our weight. They will break, or they will die trying." But even as the Persian king gave his orders, the tide of battle seemed unchanging. The immortals, though fierce and skilled, could not overcome the discipline and resolve of the Greeks. It was as though each Persian soldier who fell was replaced by another, but no matter how many immortals died, the Greek line remained steady, the Spartans unyielding. Among the Greeks, Leonidas continued to stand tall, his spear never faltering. The immortals, for all their strength and terror, could not match the sheer willpower of the Spartan king. His warriors fought not for wealth or glory, but for honor, and that honor was unshakable. The clash of weapons and the cries of soldiers filled the air as the battle wore on. But Xerxes, despite the fury of his assault, knew that something was slipping out of his grasp. The immortals, his most trusted warriors, were struggling to break through the Greek defenses. And the Greeks, led by Leonidas, fought with a ferocity that the Persian king had never encountered before. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the battle stretched into the afternoon. The immortals continued their charge, but with every passing minute, their numbers dwindled. The Greeks stood firm, their shield wall as strong as ever. The immortal attack had failed to break the Greeks, and the test of resolve had only just begun. The bloodied ground of Thermopylae had seen many warriors fall, but still, the Greek line held. The battle had raged for 2 days, with the Persian forces pressing relentlessly against the narrow pass. The Spartans led the defense with their unmatched discipline and iron resolve, but they were not alone. Alongside them stood warriors from Thespians and Thebes, each of whom had their own reasons for fighting, yet all shared the same goal: to protect their homes, their freedom, and their way of life. Leonidas, his armor worn and battle damaged, stood at the front of the Greek lines, watching as the Persian army, like an unstoppable tide, surged toward them once again. Behind him, the disciplined, unflinching ranks of the Spartans locked their shields into place, their spears aimed toward the oncoming storm. But flanking them were the Thespians, some 700 men, who had come to their aid despite the odds, and the Thebans, who had sent 400 warriors to fight in the face of a great enemy. To the outside observer, the Greek alliance might have seemed fragile. Thebes, known for its rivalry with Sparta, and Thespiae, often overshadowed by the fame of the Spartans, might not have been the natural allies of the 300. But here, in this narrow pass, these warriors stood side by side. The enemy they faced was far too great to allow anything but unity. The Persian forces had brought everything to bear: the immortals, elite cavalry, archers, and foot soldiers, all with one singular aim: to break the Greeks and march on to Athens. Yet, despite their overwhelming numbers, the Persian army could not breach the Greek lines. And it was in this moment of fierce resistance that the bond between the Greek city-states was tested and ultimately forged. The Spartans, led by Leonidas, were the most skilled and experienced fighters on the battlefield, but they could not have held the pass alone. The Thespians, though fewer in number, fought with a courage born of duty. They had come to Thermopylae not for glory or wealth, but to defend the freedom of Greece, an ideal that resonated deeply within their hearts. The Thebans, too, had come in the spirit of unity, despite their city's history of conflict with Sparta. Though there were doubts among them, some questioned the wisdom of aligning with Sparta. They understood that this was a battle for more than just one city-state. It was a struggle for Greece itself, for the freedom to govern themselves, for their homes, and for the future of their children. As the Persian forces pushed forward with renewed fury, it was the Greek shield wall that stood in their way. The Thespians and Thebans, though not as seasoned as the Spartans, did not falter in their commitment. They held their ground next to their Spartan brothers, their shields raised high and spears extended. In the face of overwhelming numbers, it was their unity that would carry them forward. the clash of steel was deafening as the Persian warriors crashed against the Greek formation. Arrows rained down upon them, but the Greek shields held strong, deflecting the majority of the missiles. The Persian cavalry, though swift and deadly, found no advantage in the narrow pass, where their horses could not maneuver effectively. Every step they took was met with the deadly thrust of a Greek spear. Leonidas fought with unmatched ferocity at the front, but his gaze constantly flickered to his comrades, the men from Thespians and Thebes, whose presence had become more vital with each passing hour. The Thespians, though fewer in number, fought with all the ferocity of men who knew the importance of their mission. They had seen the Spartans' bravery, and it inspired them to push forward with a shared resolve. Thebans, too, though not all of them were fully committed to the Spartan cause, found themselves swept up in the spirit of unity. The Spartan shield wall was the backbone of the Greek defense, but it was the cohesion between the three groups that turned the tide of battle. The Greeks had no room to retreat. They had no choice but to fight and stand together or perish. And so they did, side by side, knowing that their survival depended on the strength of their alliance. Every Persian charge that collided with the Greeks was repelled. With each wave, the Greek warriors' resolve grew stronger. The Thespians held their ground in the middle of the line, their shields locked with the Spartans, while the Thebans, fighting on the left flank, responded to the call of their fellow Greeks. As the battle wore on, it became clear to the Greeks that this was not just a fight for survival, it was a fight for the very heart of Greece itself. The Thespians, though not as well known for their military prowess as the Spartans, were proving themselves to be true warriors. Their shields never wavered, and their spears never faltered. And the Thebans, though perhaps not as loyal to Sparta as the other Greeks, were fighting with the understanding that their city's fate was tied to the outcome of this battle. They knew that no matter the rivalry, the Persian threat was the greater danger. Meanwhile, Xerxes continued to observe the battlefield from his golden throne. His frustration grew with each failed attempt to break the Greek defense. The Persian king had expected to shatter the Greeks quickly, but instead, they fought with a unity that he had not anticipated. Their resolve was not only a defiance of Persia but also a testament to the strength of their city-states alliance. With each wave, the Persian forces began to show signs of wear. The immortals, having failed to breach the Greeks, were growing demoralized, and the Persian infantry was beginning to feel the strain. Every charge felt futile against the seemingly unbreakable line of Greeks. Despite their exhaustion, the Greeks stood firm, pushing back against every attack. Leonidas led his men with unwavering conviction, but he also knew that this unity, this bond between Spartans, Thespians, and Thebans, was what had truly allowed them to hold the pass for so long. It was a camaraderie born of necessity, but it was one that would be remembered for centuries. The sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the battlefield. The clash of weapons continued, the battle far from over, but for now, the Greek alliance had proved that, against all odds, they could withstand the might of Xerxes and his Persian Empire. The battle at Thermopylae had now stretched into its third day, and the sun began to dip behind the towering mountains, casting long shadows across the blood-stained earth. The Greeks, though exhausted, still held the line. Their shields, battered and dented from days of unrelenting assaults, gleamed with the last light of day. Their spears, though worn, remained as sharp as ever, and their will to fight, though tested, had only grown stronger. Leonidas, though weary, stood at the front, his eyes sharp and focused. His armor, once gleaming, now bore the marks of countless blows. His face, though lined with sweat and dirt, was as resolute as ever. Beside him, the men of Sparta, Thespians, and Thebes formed an unbreakable wall, shoulder to shoulder, their shields locked and their spears pointed forward. They had fought together for 2 days, with no thought of retreat, and now they were bound by something far greater than mere survival. The Persians, led by Xerxes, had thrown everything at the Greeks, the immortals, the cavalry, and wave after wave of foot soldiers, but still the Greeks stood firm. The narrow pass of Thermopylae, once seen as a weakness, had become their strength. The geography of the land, which Xerxes had hoped to exploit, instead became the very fortress that kept his overwhelming numbers at bay. In the heart of the Greek line, King Leonidas felt the weight of leadership bearing down upon him. He had known this day would come, the day when his warriors would fight to the death. But it was not just for the glory of Sparta that they fought. It was for Greece, for freedom, for the future of their children. Every Spartan knew this was their final stand, but it was not only them who had made the ultimate sacrifice. The Thespians and the Thebans had fought with equal courage, their lives now bound to this desperate struggle. Dionysius, a young Theban soldier, stood at the left flank of the Greek line, his spear heavy in his hands. He had never imagined he would fight beside the Spartans, much less be part of a force that could defy the might of the Persian Empire. Thebes, for all its rivalry with Sparta, had now become part of something much larger than politics and past grudges. They had become part of a cause, Greece itself. Dionysius' heart burned with pride as he watched his fellow warriors fight. The men of Thebes were not cowards, they were Greeks, just like the rest. On the right flank, Damian, a Thespian warrior, stood shoulder to shoulder with his Spartan brothers. He had heard stories of the bravery of the Spartans, of how they would fight to the death for honor, for their homeland. But now, standing beside them, he realized it was not just their legendary strength that made them great. It was their unity, their undying commitment to one another. The Thespians had come to Thermopylae with the resolve to fight and die if necessary, but being here, shoulder to shoulder with the Spartans, had shown him that this was more than just a battle. It was a bond that would never be broken. As the battle raged on, the wounds of the Greek warriors multiplied. Their shields, now scarred and worn, protected them only so much. Blood soaked their armor and stained their spears. The heat of the fight, combined with the exhaustion, made every moment seem like an eternity. The cries of the wounded and the dying echoed across the battlefield, but there was no retreat. Every man knew that to leave the pass was to abandon the cause, and none would allow that. Leonidas moved through the ranks, offering words of encouragement to his men, even as his own strength waned. He spoke not just to the Spartans, but to the Thespians and Thebans as well, reminding them all of the honor they fought for. "We are more than soldiers now, my brothers," Leonidas' voice rang out, steady and strong. "We are the protectors of Greece, of freedom. Let the Persians break against us, for they will never break the spirit of those who fight for what is right." His words were not just a call to fight, they were a reminder that they were all united by something greater than the fear of death. It was the same bond that had held them together since the beginning, the shared knowledge that they were not just warriors, but defenders of their way of life. And then, in the heat of the battle, it happened that a spear, thrown with deadly accuracy, pierced the chest of one of the Spartan warriors near Leonidas. The man fell to the ground, blood spilling onto the earth. It was a blow that would have broken the spirit of many armies, but not the Spartans. They did not falter. Dionysius, from the Theban side, saw the fall of the Spartan warrior and stepped forward, his spear thrusting with all his might into the heart of a Persian soldier. Damian, the Thespian, followed suit, charging into the fray with a yell that echoed across the pass, cutting down another Persian warrior. In that moment, as the battle raged around them, the Greek soldiers fought with the strength of men who knew they were writing history with every strike. It was not only their lives they fought for, but the legacy of their people, their children, their homes, their freedom. As the hours passed, more men fell. The casualties mounted on both sides, but the Greek line did not break. They continued to fight, not just for victory, but for honor. Each warrior, whether Spartan, Thespian, or Theban, fought as though their own soul depended on it. It was not just the battle that defined them, but the sacrifice they were willing to make. Leonidas, standing at the head of the Spartan line, knew that this was the end. His body ached, his breath was labored, but his spirit was as fierce as ever. Around him, his warriors fought with every ounce of their strength. The Thespians, too, stood strong, their spears as deadly as any Spartans. The Thebans, having shed their doubts and joined the struggle as true brothers, fought alongside their comrades with equal courage. And in the final moments, when death seemed inevitable, Leonidas looked at the faces of the men around him. They were not just soldiers. They were brothers, bound by the battle, by sacrifice, by honor. They were bound by their love of their homeland, their pride in their city-states, and their commitment to one another. "We fight not as individuals," Leonidas said softly to his men, "but as one. This is the heart of Sparta, of Thespiae, of Thebes. This is the heart of Greece." And with that, the last stand of the Greek warriors continued, each blow struck with the knowledge that they were forging something far more powerful than victory. They were forging the legacy of an ideal that would live on in the hearts of men for generations to come. The narrow pass of Thermopylae had become a furnace of blood and steel, the air thick with the clash of weapons and the cries of the wounded. The Greeks, despite their valiant efforts, were being pushed closer and closer to the edge of defeat. For 3 days, they had held the line, defying the Persian Empire with unparalleled bravery. But all the while, a shadow lurked behind them, an unseen threat that would soon prove to be their undoing. Ephialtes, a simple shepherd, had been watching the battle from the hills above the narrow pass. He had been there for days, his eyes fixed on the ferocious struggle below, as the Spartans, Thespians, and Thebans fought with all their might to protect their homeland. To the Greeks, Ephialtes was little more than a shadow, an inconsequential figure in the midst of such a monumental battle. But he had information that could change the course of the entire war. The shepherd had long known of a hidden path, a secret trail that wound its way through the mountains and came out behind the Greek lines. It was a trail that few knew of, and fewer still had any reason to care about. But Ephialtes knew its significance. The Greeks, despite their bravery, were trapped in a narrow pass, their backs to the mountains and their fronts facing the full force of Xerxes' army. If the Persians could take that path, they could outflank the Greeks and force them into a trap. Ephialtes, though once a part of the local Greek militia, was no warrior. He had no experience in the art of battle and no love for the Spartan way. He was a shepherd by trade, tending his flocks on the slopes of the mountains. But in the shadow of the battle, he had begun to question his place in this conflict. The bravery of the Greeks had stirred something in him, but so had the overwhelming might of the Persian Empire. His family had been threatened by the ravages of war, and he felt torn between his loyalty to his homeland and the crushing weight of fear. As he stood on the edge of the mountain pass, Ephialtes weighed his options. The Spartans, the men who had taken him in when he was younger, who had shown him the ways of their people, were no longer the guardians of his hopes. In their military discipline and their unyielding commitment to battle, they represented something harsh, a harshness he could never embrace. He could not fight like them. He could not stand with them. And yet, he could not stand against them either. He was caught in a world where duty and fear tangled in his heart. It was in this confusion, this turmoil, that Ephialtes saw an opportunity. The Persian army, led by Xerxes, was vast and powerful. The immortals, elite soldiers, and the endless waves of Persian infantry had been unable to break the Greeks' shield wall, but if they could find the hidden path, they could easily outflank the Greeks and strike at their vulnerable rear. This thought gnawed at Ephialtes, pushing him to make a decision that would change the course of the battle. And so, on the night before the final battle, Ephialtes made his choice. He would betray his fellow Greeks. He would take the Persian king's offer and lead the enemy through the hidden trail that would bring them to the Greeks' unguarded flank. Ephialtes' heart pounded as he made his way to the Persian camp, the darkness of the mountains pressing in on him. The sounds of the ongoing battle below were like a distant drumbeat in his ears, and with every step, his resolve faltered. Guilt gnawed at him, but fear and the promise of reward clouded his judgment. He had seen what Xerxes' army could do, the vast numbers that had already swept across the lands of Greece. The Spartans were mighty, yes, but they were only a handful. And soon, all would be lost. As Ephialtes approached the Persian camp, he was greeted by Xerxes' commanders, who had already heard rumors of the secret path. The Persian king, upon hearing Ephialtes' offer, smiled, his eyes cold and calculating. Ephialtes, trembling with the weight of his choice, led the Persian officers to the hidden trail, explaining its winding path and how it would allow them to circumvent the Greek defenses. Xerxes listened intently, then nodded, pleased with the opportunity. "You have made the right choice, Ephialtes," Xerxes said, his voice as smooth as oil. "In the end, it is survival that matters most." With that, Ephialtes, his heart heavy with doubt and fear, watched as the Persian forces moved out under the cover of night, their march silent and swift. He returned to his own camp, his mind clouded, his soul lost at dawn, as the Greek warriors prepared for battle, unaware of the betrayal unfolding behind them. Leonidas and his men stood ready for one final stand. The Greeks knew the Persians would come with everything they had, but they had no idea that they would be attacked from both the front and the rear. As the battle began, the Persian immortals pushed forward with a renewed fury, their ranks thick with soldiers. Yet, it was the sudden appearance of Persian forces from the hidden path that struck the Greeks with dread. The Greek defense, which had seemed so impenetrable for so long, was now doomed. Leonidas, standing at the head of his warriors, was the first to realize what had happened. The sudden appearance of Persian soldiers attacking their flank caused the Spartans, Thespians, and Thebans to falter. For a moment, there was confusion, then, realization. The hidden path. The betrayal. In that moment, the Spartan king understood that the battle was lost. The Persians had them trapped. His mind raced, but there was no escape. There was no retreat for men like him. Leonidas turned to his men, giving the silent command to hold the line. They would fight until the last man, knowing that their sacrifice would not be in vain. But as the battle raged, and the Greeks fought with every ounce of their strength, Ephialtes stood in the distance, watching. He saw the warriors, those same men who had once welcomed him, trained him, and treated him as a brother, fall one by one. And though his mind told him he had made the right choice for his survival, his heart knew the truth. He had betrayed not just his comrades, but the very soul of Greece. The dawn of the fourth day at Thermopylae broke cold and silent. The battle-hardened Greek warriors, though exhausted and bloodied, were still resolute. Their shields, battered from the previous days of combat, were held high. Their spears, though dulled from the unyielding onslaught, were still pointed at the Persian hordes. Despite the overwhelming odds, the Spartans, Thespians, and Thebans stood united, their lines firm, their spirits unbroken. At the front of the line, Leonidas, the Spartan king, surveyed the scene. His body ached from the brutal combat, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He had known for days that their position was tenuous, that the Persian forces would come again, wave after wave, until they broke the Greeks. But with each hour that passed, Leonidas felt something within him, something unspoken but deeply ingrained in the hearts of all his men: resolve. They would stand their ground. They would die here if need be, but they would not allow the Persian army to trample their land. Xerxes, on the other hand, had seen the battlefield through different eyes. The Persian king had grown accustomed to his immense army, to the power and might of the immortals, and to the ever-increasing number of soldiers pressing against the Greek shield wall. But he knew that, despite the sheer size of his forces, the Greeks' position in the narrow pass of Thermopylae was a problem. They could not be defeated head-on. The pass itself, with its steep cliffs on both sides, had proven to be a formidable advantage for the defenders, yet, Xerxes was not a man who would be deterred by mere obstacles. He had learned of the secret path that wound its way through the mountains, an old, forgotten trail that led behind the Greek lines. A path that, if he could get his forces through it, would allow him to encircle the Greeks and cut off their only escape route. This knowledge, this crucial piece of information, had come from none other than Ephialtes, the Greek shepherd who had betrayed his comrades in exchange for Persian gold and promises. The sun had barely risen when the first of Xerxes' forces began moving along the hidden trail. The Persian officers, trained and disciplined, knew the importance of this moment. They had been instructed to move swiftly and silently, taking advantage of the cover of darkness that still lingered. The path was treacherous, narrow, winding, and steep, but the Persian soldiers were well drilled and prepared for the challenge. The advance was slow, but their objective was clear: they would emerge behind the Greek defenses and flank them. As the Persian troops moved forward along the path, Ephialtes, having led them to this point, stood off to the side, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and guilt. The shepherd could already hear the distant sounds of battle echoing from the Greek lines, and every moment that passed, every step the Persians took, weighed heavily on his conscience. He had betrayed those who had once accepted him as one of their own, and though he had been promised riches and a place in Xerxes' court, he felt no satisfaction. He watched in silence as the Persian forces, like a dark tide, moved steadily through the mountain pass. Meanwhile, on the Greek side, the situation was growing more dire. Leonidas knew that the Persians would strike again. He had seen the patterns of battle. The waves of infantry had been relentless, and the elite immortals were pushing hard against the Greek shields. But there was still a sense of hope among the Greeks. They had fought this way before. They had held this line for days, against overwhelming odds. They could do it again. But as the day wore on, there was a growing sense of unease among the Greek commanders. The pressure from the Persian forces was unrelenting. The immortals, elite warriors of the Persian army, were relentless in their attempts to break the Greek lines. Yet, despite their numbers and training, the Greeks stood firm, unyielding in their formation. Leonidas, standing at the head of his warriors, refused to let his men falter. His voice, though hoarse from days of battle, rang out across the line: "Hold! Hold for Greece! Hold for our people!" But beneath the strength of their resolve, there was a gnawing fear, a realization that something was not right. The whispers had started among the soldiers: the path. The secret path. A Persian officer, having made his way through the mountains, arrived at the Greek rear with the news. There was no mistaking it now. The hidden path had been used. Xerxes' forces were coming from behind. At the front of the line, Leonidas knew that the battle had shifted in an instant. The Greeks were no longer just fighting the overwhelming Persian forces at the front. They were now surrounded. The battle was lost. The Greeks had been trapped. The flank that had been their strength, the sheer force of the mountain pass, which had kept them safe from the vast Persian numbers, was no longer a sanctuary. The path that Ephialtes had betrayed them with had opened the door to their destruction. Leonidas turned to face his warriors. The moment of truth had arrived. They had been betrayed. But they would not surrender. Leonidas knew that this would be their final stand. There would be no retreat, no escape. It would be death, but it would be honorable death. "Men of Sparta, men of Greece," he said, his voice low but resolute, "today we will die as free men. We will die as warriors, and we will die as Greeks. We shall not be dishonored. Stand firm. Fight for your families, your city-states, for Greece. This is our final hour." At that moment, the reality of the situation set in for every Greek warrior. The battle had been lost, not by force of arms, but by the treachery of one man, one Ephialtes, whose selfish decision had turned the tide against them. The Greeks, despite their legendary bravery and their indomitable will, were now caught in a deadly trap. As the Persian forces surged forward, pouring from the secret trail and attacking the Greeks from the rear, the immortals renewed their charge from the front. The Greeks fought on, their shields locked and their spears thrusting, but it was clear that the end had come. The battle for Thermopylae was lost, but the courage of the men who stood at the pass, those who gave their lives for freedom, would echo through the ages. The sun, now high in the sky, cast long shadows over the pass of Thermopylae. The smell of sweat and blood filled the air, mixing with the acrid scent of burning wood from the scattered Persian arrows and siege weapons that had rained down upon the Greek lines. For 3 days, the battle had raged, and the Greeks, though vastly outnumbered, had held their ground with unshakable resolve. But now, as the day wore on, a cold, unsettling sense of dread began to crawl through the ranks. At the front of the line, Leonidas stood resolute, his shield raised high as he directed his men, encouraging them with every breath. His warriors, the legendary Spartans, stood with him, unyielding. Beside them, the brave Thespians and Thebans continued to fight with all their might. Every thrust of the spear, every swing of the sword, was an act of defiance against the vast Persian horde. But as the battle pressed on, something began to shift. The pressure on the Greeks' front lines was nothing new. The immortals, the Persian king's elite warriors, were relentless in their assault, pushing harder with every wave. The Greeks had been expecting this. They had been ready. But there was a growing unease among the soldiers, a subtle change in the atmosphere that none could ignore. A murmur spread across the ranks. At first, it was just a whisper, barely audible above the clang of armor and the crash of shields. But as more men fell, and as the battle seemed to grow more chaotic, the whispers grew louder. "Something's wrong," one soldier muttered to his comrade. "There's something behind us." The words were simple, yet they carried a heavy weight, for each man who heard them knew what they meant. The Greeks were no longer just fighting the Persian horde, they were being surrounded. Leonidas, ever the strategist, had always expected the Persians to come in waves, to press against their shields until the strength of their numbers broke the Greek defenses. But now, something was off. The battle had shifted, and it wasn't just the pressure on their front that was increasing, it was something else. From the corners of his eyes, Leonidas could see the movement of Persian forces along the slopes of the pass. His heart sank, for he recognized it instantly, the hidden path. The very path that had been betrayed to the Persians. The Spartans had always been the vanguard, but they had relied on the narrow terrain of the pass to keep them safe from any attack from the rear. The cliffs that flanked the path had been their greatest protection. Now, however, those same cliffs had become a prison, with the enemy creeping up behind them, outflanking them, and cutting off their only escape route. As the realization began to spread through the ranks, fear took root. It was not fear of death, that had always been a certainty for the Spartan warriors. No, it was something far more insidious, fear of betrayal. The men began to realize that they were no longer fighting a battle of honor, they were fighting for survival, with the odds no longer in their favor. The Thespians, led by their commander Demophilus, were the first to fully grasp the situation. They had stood shoulder to shoulder with the Spartans throughout the battle, each man fighting with the courage of 100. But now, as the fear spread like wildfire through their ranks, the whispers grew louder still. One man, his voice barely above a whisper, muttered, "They've found the path. We're surrounded." The words hit like a thunderclap, and for a moment, the Greek line faltered. The battle seemed to pause as every man in the ranks turned his gaze to the mountains above them, where the shadows of Persian soldiers began to appear. The immortals, though still pressing their attack on the front, seemed to have lost their focus as the realization of their impending doom set in. A heavy silence fell over the Greek lines as Leonidas moved through his men, his voice low but commanding. "Hold the line. Stand firm, men. We fight for Greece, for freedom, for our families. The enemy cannot defeat us if we do not falter." But his words, though spoken with the authority of a king, were not enough to erase the fear now coursing through the hearts of the men. The fear of betrayal, that their sacrifice would be in vain, that their very lives had been sold for a handful of silver, that all of their bravery might be for nothing, was a fear they could not ignore. It was not just the looming Persian forces that caused their hearts to sink, it was the awareness that Ephialtes, one of their own, had sold them out. The whispers turned to shouts, carried from one soldier to another, the hidden path. "We are surrounded." Panic began to rise, as the first wave of Persian forces made their way down from the hills, cutting off the Greek escape route. They were trapped. Their backs to the mountains, their front pressed by the might of Xerxes' army, and the walls of the pass closing in from both sides. Leonidas could see the confusion spreading, men looking to each other with fear in their eyes. His face remained hard, unmoving, but inwardly, he knew the truth: this was it. The Greek force at Thermopylae had done everything they could, but they had been betrayed from within. They were outflanked, surrounded, and, despite their courage, overwhelmed. Still, Leonidas refused to give in to despair. With a voice that rang clear across the ranks, he spoke again, "Brothers, we have fought together. We have bled together. And now, we will die together. If this is our fate, then let it be a glorious one. But we will not run." At the back of the ranks, Demophilus, the leader of the Thespians, shouted, "We stay. We die here." His words were as much a command as a promise, and so, the Thespians, along with the remaining Thebans, stood firm beside their Spartan brothers, their shields raised, their spears ready. The Persian forces were closing in. The path was lost. The end had come. For the first time in days, the Greeks looked to one another with a deeper understanding, a shared bond forged not just in war, but in the unspoken acceptance of their fate. They would face this final onslaught with the courage that had defined them, and they would fight with every last breath. There would be no surrender. No retreat. As the Persian forces tightened their grip, as the immortals pressed forward and the hidden path revealed its deadly purpose, the Greeks of Thermopylae would stand their ground to the last man. The whispers of doom had turned into a final, resounding cry of defiance. The air was thick with the sounds of battle, but for King Leonidas, there was a haunting silence in his heart. The clash of weapons, the cries of soldiers, the roar of the Persian horde, it all felt distant, as if he were standing outside of time, watching the world he had sworn to protect slip through his fingers. His men, his brothers, fought on, their shields locked, their spears thrusting with unyielding ferocity, but Leonidas knew, deep down, that the end was near. The Greeks had held this pass for 3 days, but now, their situation was dire. The Persian forces had outflanked them. The hidden path, betrayed to the enemy by Ephialtes, had become their undoing. They were surrounded. The battlefield, once an arena for heroism and honor, had now become a death trap. The immortals pushed relentlessly against the Greek front, while Xerxes' army closed in on their flanks. Leonidas could see it in his soldiers' eyes, the dawning realization that their defiance, their courage, was no longer enough. There was no escape. There would be no retreat. The Greeks were trapped, and yet, as the Persian forces tightened their grip, as death loomed ever closer, Leonidas remained steadfast. In the chaos of battle, amidst the blood and carnage, he felt no fear. He was a king, yes, but above all else, he was a Spartan. And Spartans did not surrender. Spartans did not flee. They fought, to the last breath if necessary. "Hold the line," his voice rang out, hoarse but resolute, cutting through the noise like a sword through flesh. The words were not a command, they were a promise. A promise that no matter what, he would stand with his men, shoulder to shoulder, until the very end. But even as he spoke, he knew that this would be their final stand. A sense of calm settled over Leonidas as he looked over his men. He saw their faces, bloodied, exhausted, their bodies pushed to the limit, but also filled with something more. Courage. Honor. Resolve. In those eyes, he saw the heart of Sparta. The soul of Greece. They would fight, not because they believed they could win, but because it was their duty. It was their way. Leonidas knew this was not just about him. It was about the legacy they would leave behind, the story they would write with their own blood. This was their moment of glory. The world would remember the last stand at Thermopylae, not for its loss, but for the bravery that defined it. As the enemy closed in, a lone Persian emissary approached the front lines, his voice cutting through the din of battle. "King Leonidas," he called, his words carrying an air of mockery and disdain. "You are surrounded. Your fate is sealed. Surrender to Xerxes. Join his army, and your lives will be spared." Leonidas glanced at the emissary, his eyes cold and unwavering. There was no hesitation in his response. "You come to ask for surrender, but I tell you this, a Spartan never surrenders." The emissary's face twisted into a sneer. "You would rather die than serve the great Xerxes? Fool! Your lives mean nothing." Leonidas' lips curled into a grim smile. "Then we die with honor, and our names will echo through the ages." Without another word, the emissary turned and retreated, leaving Leonidas to his men, who stood at the ready, waiting for the order to strike. The Spartans, the Thespians, and the Thebans were all fighting as one now, their lives intertwined in this final, fateful moment. Demophilus, the leader of the Thespians, was at the front, his sword raised high, shouting encouragement to his men. Thebans, though fewer in number and less seasoned in battle, stood firm, their resolve strengthened by their Spartan allies. Leonidas turned to face his men, his heart swelling with pride. "Brothers," he said, his voice strong despite the weariness that tugged at his every word. "This is our fate, but it is also our glory. We shall not be remembered for surrendering. We shall be remembered for standing tall in the face of destruction." The men cheered, their voices ringing out in unity. They had known what was coming, and they were ready. Leonidas felt his heart beat with the rhythm of their collective resolve, a single, unstoppable force. There was no turning back now, and so, as the Persian forces descended upon them from all sides, Leonidas led his men in one final charge. The Spartans, with their shields raised and their spears thrusting, formed an impenetrable wall. The Thespians fought with equal ferocity, their loyalty to Leonidas unshakable. The Thebans, too, stood firm, unwilling to break. The sound of battle reached a fever pitch as the two armies clashed. The Immortals, with their dark armor and flawless formations, pressed forward, but the Greek warriors fought with the fury of men who knew their time had come. Leonidas cut through the enemy with a ferocity that seemed to defy reason, each blow a testament to his indomitable will. He could feel the weight of the world pressing down on him, but still, he fought on. He was not just a king, he was the embodiment of Spartan strength, a symbol of what it meant to fight for something greater than oneself. And then, amid the chaos, as a Persian spear found its mark, Leonidas fell. But his death was not a sign of defeat, it was the culmination of everything he had ever believed in. He had fought for his people, for his land, for his honor. And in that moment, as the Persian army overwhelmed him, he knew that his legacy was secure. The Spartan king, his name now etched in legend, had chosen to stay and fight. He had chosen honor over surrender, glory over survival, and in doing so, he had made the ultimate sacrifice. His death would inspire not just his fellow Greeks but generations to come. The Spartan ideal, the courage, the commitment to duty, these would live on forever, carried on the shoulders of those who would tell the tale of Leonidas and his brave warriors at Thermopylae. The light of dawn crept slowly over the jagged mountains that loomed above Thermopylae, casting a pale glow over the battlefield. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sweat, and fear. For 3 days, the Greeks had held their ground against an army that seemed endless, a force numbering well over 100,000. Yet, even with such overwhelming odds, they had fought with the courage and discipline that had made them legends. But this morning, as the sounds of war continued to echo through the pass, the Greeks knew it would be different. This would be their final day. The signs were everywhere. The enemy had been bolstered by fresh waves of troops, the Immortals were relentless in their assault, and Xerxes' generals had closed in from every side. The trap was now complete. There was no escape. Leonidas, though weary and battered from the days of combat, stood tall at the head of his men, his presence a beacon of strength. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, scanned the horizon, where the Persian banners fluttered in the wind, their dark colors an ominous reminder of what awaited them. The walls of the narrow pass that had once shielded them now seemed like prison bars, closing them in from all sides. The Greeks had already fought valiantly, inflicting heavy losses on the Persian army, but it was clear that the tide was shifting. The hidden path, the betrayal of Ephialtes, had brought this moment to fruition. The Persian forces had flanked them, and now the Greeks were caught in a deadly vice, with no way out but to fight to the death. "This is it," "My brothers," Leonidas said, his voice calm but filled with the weight of finality. "We die here today, but we die with honor. We will give the Persians a battle they will never forget." Around him, the men of Sparta, Thespia, and Thebes nodded in grim agreement. The decision had already been made. There was no need for more words. The time for strategy, for hopes of escape, had passed. Now, it was simply a matter of standing tall against the oncoming storm. The Persian army had formed up in massive waves, their numbers overwhelming the Greeks' defenses. Thousands of men, thousands of weapons, all bearing down on the exhausted defenders of Thermopylae. Xerxes, the Persian king, had watched from a distance, the very embodiment of arrogance and power. His soldiers, disciplined and fierce, had poured into the pass from every direction, their formations a perfect counter to the Greeks' shield wall. At the forefront of the Persian assault were the Immortals, their famous black armor gleaming in the dim light. These elite troops were the most formidable warriors in Xerxes' army, and they had fought tirelessly over the last few days, only to meet the relentless discipline and superior tactics of the Greek warriors. Yet, even the Immortals could not break the Spartan resolve. The Greeks, with their shields raised high and their spears poised to strike, stood ready. Leonidas, at the head of the formation, stood like a rock amidst the tide. "For Sparta," came the cry from the Greek lines, loud and unyielding. "For Greece." The Immortals surged forward, their shields clashing against the Greek phalanx with a deafening sound. The ground shook beneath their feet as the two forces met in a fury of violence. Spears stabbed into flesh, swords hacked through armor, and men fell, one after another, on both sides. Blood mixed with the dust, turning the once pristine ground of Thermopylae into a battlefield of horror and death. For the Greeks, the battle was as much about defiance as it was about survival. Each spear thrust was a declaration, each swing of the sword a cry for freedom. The Spartans, masters of the phalanx, held their formation as the pressure mounted. They had been trained for this moment. They had prepared their entire lives for this very fight, to face the might of an empire that sought to crush their way of life. Leonidas fought alongside them, his movements swift and calculated. He cut down one Persian soldier after another, his spear flashing in the morning light. His strength, though diminished by days of battle, remained as fierce as ever. His eyes blazed with the fire of a king who would never let his people bow before a foreign conqueror. The Thespians, led by their commander Demophilus, fought with equal fervor, their swords and shields a seamless extension of their will. They, too, had known from the beginning that this was a battle they could not win. But they fought nonetheless, side by side with the Spartans, determined to show the Persians that they would not fall without a fight. The Thebans, though fewer in number and not as seasoned in combat, stood firm as well. Their loyalty to their Greek allies had been solidified through the battle. They, too, would stand to the last, unwilling to break before the enemy. As the day wore on, the weight of the Persian assault began to take its toll. The Greek soldiers were tired, their bodies weary from days of continuous fighting. But their spirits remained unbroken. With every wave of Persian forces that surged forward, they fought with renewed vigor, knowing that they were fighting not just for their survival, but for the very future of Greece. Xerxes, watching from his throne, grew increasingly frustrated. His forces had thrown everything at the Greeks, yet they still stood. "Why do they not break?" he murmured to his commanders. "Why do they keep fighting?" The Persian king could not understand the spirit of the Greeks. He could not understand that these men, with their small numbers, fought not for riches or power, but for honor, for freedom, for their homes and families. They fought because they had no other choice. As the battle raged on, it became clear that the Greeks could not hold out much longer. Their numbers were dwindling, their strength fading. But Leonidas did not falter. His resolve was absolute. He knew the end was near, but he also knew that their sacrifice would echo through the ages, that the world would remember this day, and that their bravery would inspire countless others to rise up against tyranny. With a final rallying cry, Leonidas led the remaining warriors in one last charge. For Sparta. For Greece. They fought with everything they had left, every ounce of strength, every last bit of courage. The Immortals, though a powerful force, could not match the fury of the Greeks' final stand. For a moment, the Persian lines faltered, and it seemed as if the Greeks might yet defy the inevitable, but then, as the numbers of the Greek warriors continued to dwindle, the Immortals surged forward, their numbers overwhelming the last of the Greek defenders. Leonidas and his closest companions fought on, but in the end, they too fell, one by one. As the final blow struck Leonidas, his vision blurred, but he felt no fear, no regret. He had given everything. He had fought with honor. He had led his men with courage. And in that, he had secured his place in history. His death, and the deaths of his warriors, would be remembered as a symbol of defiance, a symbol of what it meant to stand up against oppression. The Spartans, the Thespians, and the Thebans had given their all at Thermopylae, and though they had been defeated, they had forged a legacy that would never be forgotten. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the narrow pass of Thermopylae, where the remains of the once proud Greek phalanx now stood on the brink of collapse. The walls of the pass, which had protected the defenders for days, now seemed like a tombstone, their steep cliffs a silent witness to the fierce struggle that had taken place. Blood soaked the earth, and the air was thick with the stench of sweat and death. For 3 days, the Greek warriors, Spartans, Thespians, and Thebans, had held their ground against an enemy that seemed endless. Their shield walls had held firm, their spears had thrust with unyielding precision, and their courage had burned like a fire that refused to be extinguished. But now, as the hours of battle stretched into the final moments, the inevitable was becoming all too clear. The Greek phalanx, the stalwart defense that had stood as a symbol of their might, was beginning to break. It wasn't the weight of the Persian attack that caused the breach, it was the overwhelming numbers. The Persians had brought endless waves of soldiers, and with the betrayal of Ephialtes, they had managed to flank the Greeks, catching them between two converging armies. The narrow pass, which had once been the perfect stronghold for the Greek defense, was no longer an advantage, it was a trap. On all sides, the Persian forces were closing in. Immortal warriors, elite Persian troops in their gleaming black armor, surged forward with relentless precision. Their swords and spears tore through the remaining gaps in the Greek formation. The sheer mass of the enemy was suffocating, and one by one, the defenders began to falter, their strength waning, their numbers dwindling. The once proud Spartan shield wall, so expertly maintained through the heat of battle, began to crack under the pressure. The warriors had fought with everything they had, every ounce of strength, every breath of air, but the toll of the battle, the days of constant combat, and the encroaching Persian forces were taking their toll. Leonidas stood at the forefront, his spear raised high, his shield battered but still intact. His face was a mask of resolve. Even now, with the battle lost, he refused to yield. His men fought on, determined to make the last stand of Sparta one worthy of legend. But Leonidas could feel it, the breaking point was near, the immortals were the first to press the advantage. They had fought with tireless precision for days, and now, as the Greek defense wavered, they found their mark. A line of Persian soldiers broke through the gap in the shield wall, and the front lines of the Greeks began to buckle. The ground was littered with the dead, Greek and Persian alike, yet the immortals pushed on, cutting through the remaining defenders with swift, efficient strokes. Leonidas' heart pounded in his chest as he watched the cracks appear in the once unyielding formation. His spear struck with deadly accuracy, taking down an immortal soldier, but there were too many. Too many to fight off. The Spartan king's breath was labored, his body battered from days of fighting, but his will was still ironclad. "Hold the line," he shouted, his voice hoarse from exhaustion but still commanding. "Stand firm." His men obeyed, their discipline unshaken by the overwhelming odds, but even they could feel the crushing weight of the enemy closing in. The walls of the pass, once their greatest strength, were now their greatest weakness. The Persian forces came from all sides, the gap in the line widening with each passing moment. A cry rang out from the left flank, a break in the shield wall. The Thespians, still fighting valiantly beside the Spartans, were now being pushed back. Demophilus, the commander of the Thespians, fought with all the strength his body could muster, but even he could feel the tide turning. His sword cleaved through another Persian warrior, but the pressure from the enemy was unrelenting. Thebans, too, began to waver, their numbers too few to withstand the onslaught of Persian soldiers. As the immortals closed in, their piercing eyes locked on the Greek defenders, Leonidas knew that his men were no longer fighting for victory, they were fighting to die with honor. His warriors had been steadfast, had given everything they had, but now, the phalanx was breaking, and their fate was sealed. Leonidas could hear the growing roar of the Persian army as they pressed forward, their sheer mass drowning out the sound of the dying, the clashing steel, the cries of battle. The Persians surged forward like an unstoppable tide, their numbers overwhelming the remaining Greek warriors, for Sparta. Leonidas shouted one final time, his voice carrying over the chaos of the battlefield. It was not just a battle cry, it was a rallying call to the last remaining warriors of Greece. For Greece. His men, though exhausted, fought on, their swords swinging, their shields raised. But the Persian army pressed on, their numbers endless. A Persian spear found its mark, thrusting deep into the side of a Spartan warrior, and then another. The cracks in the line widened, and the end was drawing near. With one final, defiant charge, Leonidas fought to the very last. His sword cut through the air, his shield blocked the deadly blows that came his way, but there was no escape. The Persian horde had surrounded them completely. They were out of time. Their shields, once a bastion of defense, were now weighed down by the accumulated injuries and the relentless tide of enemy forces. It was then that the first of the Spartans fell, then another, and another. The shield wall that had withstood so much finally crumbled as the full weight of the Persian army pressed down. Leonidas felt the overwhelming tide of Persian soldiers closing in. His spear struck, but it was futile. The Greeks were falling, one by one, their defense slipping into oblivion. The battle for Thermopylae had reached its tragic end. Xerxes, watching from his high vantage point, looked down on the battlefield. His face was an expression of both triumph and frustration. He had crushed the defenders, but he could not shake the sense of awe he felt for the courage and tenacity of these men. These men who, despite knowing their fate, had fought to the bitter end. Their spirit had never broken. As the last of the Greek warriors fell, Leonidas' shield clattered to the ground. The Persian forces were victorious, but they had not won easily. The memory of this battle, this last stand, would live on in the hearts of those who would rise against tyranny in the years to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie, golden light over the battlefield of Thermopylae. The once proud Greek phalanx, that had stood for so many days against the might of the Persian Empire, was now shattered. The earth was soaked with blood, and the air, thick with the acrid scent of sweat, smoke, and death, carried the sounds of battle that had raged for hours. But in the midst of the carnage, there was a stillness, a silence that seemed to echo through the mountains. The Persian army, in all its overwhelming numbers, had surrounded the last remaining defenders, Leonidas and his men. They were exhausted, bloodied, their armor battered from days of fighting. Yet despite the overwhelming odds, the Greek warriors stood firm, resolute in their final moments. There was no escape. There was no surrender. This was their end, but they would face it with the same courage they had shown from the very first strike. Leonidas stood at the front, his bronze shield battered and dented, his spear raised high. His face, though weary, remained an unshakable mask of resolve. His eyes, locked with the thousands of Persian soldiers surrounding him, reflected not fear, but defiance. He knew the battle was lost. He knew there was no hope of victory. Yet he fought on, as he always had, like a king, like a warrior, like a Spartan. Behind him, the remaining men of Sparta, the Thespians, and the Thebans stood shoulder to shoulder. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, blood, and the smoke of the smoldering battlefield. The ground was littered with the fallen, their bodies, Greek and Persian alike, scattered in pools of blood. Leonidas turned his gaze to his men, the ones who had fought beside him in this last stand. He saw the weariness in their eyes, the fatigue in their movements. These were not the young soldiers he had led to Thermopylae with pride and hope. These were men who had given their all, whose strength had been tested beyond human limits. But still, they stood, unbroken, defiant. "This is it," Leonidas murmured, his voice hoarse but unwavering. "We will die here, but we will die with honor. Our names will be remembered, and our sacrifice will echo through the ages." His words, though soft, carried the weight of the world. They were a final rallying cry to his warriors, a reminder that their death would not be in vain. Their legacy, the courage with which they had faced their doom, would endure long after the Persian Empire had crumbled into dust. Spartans, He called, his voice rising in defiance, "Give them nothing, but take from them everything." With those words, the last charge of the Spartans began. Leonidas, at the head of his warriors, moved with a fluidity that defied his weariness. His spear flashed through the air, taking down one Persian soldier after another. His shield blocked the blows that rained down on him, and his sword cut through the air with deadly precision. His warriors followed, each man fighting with the fury of a lion, each knowing this would be their last stand. The immortals, the elite troops of the Persian army, closed in on them, their dark armor gleaming in the fading light. But Leonidas did not falter. His spear found its mark, piercing the chest of one of the immortals, but even as he fought, he could feel the weight of the enemy closing in on him. The numbers were too great. His strength, though legendary, was not enough to hold them off forever. One by one, his warriors fell. Dionysus, the brave Spartan who had faced death with humor and honor, was struck down in a furious clash of weapons. Eurytus, another warrior of legend, fell beside him, his sword still raised high, but his body no longer able to continue the fight. Thebans and Thespians fought valiantly to the end, their shields splintering and their swords breaking against the relentless tide of Persian soldiers. The shield wall, which had been their greatest defense, was gone. The enemy pressed forward, relentless and merciless. And still, Leonidas fought. He fought not for his life, but for the honor of his men, for the honor of his Spartan brothers, and for the honor of all Greece. He fought because it was what a king, a warrior, a Spartan did. That in the midst of the chaos, Leonidas felt a spear pierce his side. He stumbled but did not fall. His sword lashed out, taking down another foe. His warriors surrounded him, each protecting the king, each holding on to the remnants of their shield wall. Even as it crumbled around them, with a final, deafening roar, Leonidas drove his spear into the heart of the Persian captain who had been closest to him, his warrior's strength unyielding to the last. But he knew this was the end. The weight of the battle had finally taken its toll. The Persian forces pressed in from all sides, their swords and spears finding their mark. The immortals struck down the last of the Spartans, their cries of victory a brutal reminder of the overwhelming odds the Greeks had faced. Leonidas fell to his knees, his body battered, his strength drained. The spear wound in his side burned like fire, but it was nothing compared to the weight of what had just happened. His shield was still in his hand, but it was no longer his weapon. His spear lay by his side, spent, broken, but his spirit, his indomitable spirit, remained unbowed. As the last of his warriors fell around him, Leonidas' gaze lifted one final time, and his heart swelled with pride. He had led his men with honor. He had led them to the very edge of the world, and they had faced death with the courage of lions. His final thoughts were not of despair, but of the future of Greece, of his people, and the hope that their sacrifice would ignite the flames of resistance that would one day burn the Persian Empire to the ground. The last sound he heard was the clash of swords, the roar of the Persian horde. And then, silence. The earth trembled beneath the weight of the Persian army as it surged over the crumbled defenses of Thermopylae. The once proud shield wall of the Greeks had been shattered, and the narrow pass, which had been the site of such defiance and bravery, was now a graveyard for heroes. The dead lay in heaps, their bodies, both Greek and Persian, mingling in the mud and blood. The clash of swords, the roar of the enemy, and the cries of the dying filled the air, but for the Greeks, there was only silence now, except for the pounding of their hearts, and the sound of their final breaths. The battle had raged for 3 days, each moment a testament to the unyielding courage of the Spartans, Thespians, and Thebans. But now, it was clear that the end had come. Xerxes, the Persian king, had triumphed, but not without cost. His army had been bloodied, and the resolve of the Greeks had left an indelible mark on the hearts of those who witnessed their fall. Leonidas, the king of Sparta, was no longer standing. His body lay among the fallen, his spear still clutched in his hand, his face fixed in an expression of defiance, as though he had died not in defeat, but in glorious victory. The few remaining Greeks fought on, but they, too, were nearing the end. Dionysus, the fearless warrior who had faced every death with a grin and a jest, had fallen in the thick of battle, his body trampled by the unrelenting tide of Persian soldiers. Eurytus, once proud and strong, now lay among the fallen, his sword still clenched in his hand. The Spartans had fought until their bodies could no longer lift their shields, their swords barely able to strike their enemies. The weight of the battle had taken its toll, and now, the last defenders were facing the moment they had known would come, but had fought so valiantly to delay. The Thespians, led by Thermopylae, had held their ground beside the Spartans, but their numbers were dwindling. The Thebans, though less celebrated, had fought fiercely, their courage never faltering, even as the end approached. Each warrior, each man, had embraced the inevitable with quiet dignity. They knew they would not leave this pass alive, but they would leave a legacy. As the last of the Greek warriors stood, their shields broken, their spears shattered, their armor battered, there was no longer any question. They had given everything they had, and now the Persian horde surged toward them like a dark, unstoppable wave. One by one, the Spartans fell. Their shields, once symbols of invincibility, were now crumpled beneath the weight of the Persian onslaught. The last of the Thespians and Thebans fought valiantly, but their numbers were few, and the Persian soldiers showed no mercy. The final moments were a blur of steel and blood. The roar of the enemy was deafening, drowning out all other sounds. But even in the face of certain death, the Greeks did not relent. Leonidas' closest bodyguard, Xerxes, who had fought beside him from the first strike, was one of the last men standing. His sword cleaved through the air, taking down another Persian soldier, but he was too slow. A Persian spear found its mark, piercing his chest. He staggered, but did not fall, his blood staining the ground beneath him. He fought on, as the enemy pressed in, but soon, his strength began to fail. His final thoughts were of his king, of the bond between them, of the honor of the Spartan warrior's death. The remaining Spartans, their shields now cracked and shattered, still pressed forward. Their spears had broken, and their swords, stained with the blood of their enemies, were the only weapons left. Leontiades, one of Leonidas' warriors, fell beside him, his body pierced by countless Persian arrows. Yet, even in the midst of his own death, his face remained steadfast, his gaze proud. The immortals, the elite Persian warriors, closed in. They fought with the cold efficiency of soldiers bred for war, their bodies clad in shining black armor. They pressed in on the Greeks from every angle, their spears and swords cutting through the last remaining defenders with clinical precision. Xerxes' victory was near, and he watched from a distance, his eyes reflecting a mix of awe and admiration. For all the Persian numbers, for all their might, these last men had fought like gods. Finally, with a spear to the chest, Xerxes fell to the ground, his blood mingling with the earth beneath him. Around him, the last of the Greek warriors fell, each man slaying his foe with the last of his strength, until their bodies were no more than lifeless husks on the field of battle. The last to fall was Thermopylae, the leader of the Thespians, who had fought beside Leonidas to the bitter end. He had made the choice to stay with the Spartans, despite knowing the cost. Now, he was surrounded, his men gone, and his body broken from the sheer ferocity of the battle. But even as the spear pierced his chest, his eyes were filled with pride. His final thought was of Greece, the hope that the world would remember the stand they had made here, the stand against tyranny, the stand for freedom. As the last Greek warrior fell, the battlefield fell silent. The Persian horde had conquered Thermopylae, but in their wake, they had left something far greater than victory. The courage of the Greek defenders, their sacrifice, their unwavering commitment to their homeland, was something that even Xerxes could not ignore. He had won the battle, but the Greek warriors had won something far more enduring. They had secured their place in the annals of history. The Spartans, the Thespians, and the Thebans who had fallen at Thermopylae had made sure of that. Their legacy was not one of defeat, but of death and glory, for they had chosen to fight and die for something far greater than themselves. In the end, their names would live forever, carried on the lips of those who would rise to challenge the Persian Empire in the years to come. The last of the Greek warriors lay on the battlefield, their bodies broken, their shields shattered, their swords still gripped tightly in their hands. They had fallen, but they had never yielded. Leonidas and his men had given everything for Greece, and in doing so, had forged a legacy that would echo through history forever. The sun had barely set over the battlefield of Thermopylae when the last of the Greek defenders fell beneath the weight of the Persian swords. The once vibrant pass, the narrow gateway through which the Greeks had so valiantly held back the might of the Persian Empire, was now a graveyard of heroes. The battlefield was littered with bodies, Spartans, Thespians, and Thebans, their armor broken and stained with blood, their spears shattered and lifeless. Victory had been achieved, but there was no celebration in the heart of King Xerxes. As he gazed out over the field, Xerxes could see the scattered remnants of the Greek resistance, their bodies still, their faces a mixture of defiance and death. The sheer audacity of the Greek stand, the way they had held out for so long against his overwhelming numbers, lingered in his mind like a bitter taste. The Spartans, led by their king, Leonidas, had not simply fought, they had fought with a ferocity, an honor, that made victory seem hollow. Xerxes sat atop his golden throne, a raised platform constructed to give him a commanding view of the aftermath. His heart was heavy, despite the appearance of triumph. His army had crushed the Greek defenders, but the victory felt incomplete, unsatisfying. The battle had been brutal, and though his forces had outnumbered the Greeks by a vast margin, the resistance they had faced had cost him dearly. His immortals, the most elite troops of the Persian Empire, had fought fiercely, but the Greeks had taken many of them down. Xerxes had lost more soldiers than he had anticipated, his triumph had come at a greater cost than he had expected, and that left a bitter sting. We have won, but at what cost? Xerxes muttered to himself, his fingers tapping nervously against the armrest of his throne. His mind wandered to the faces of those who had fallen. His immortals, once thought invincible, had been broken. His pride, too, had been wounded. Leonidas, the Spartan king, had died with honor, and that honor had left an impression on Xerxes that he could not easily erase. That he recalled the moment when Leonidas had fallen, standing defiant in the face of his enemies, the last of the Spartans still standing in the pass. Even in his death, Leonidas had embodied the strength of his people. The Greek warriors, though outnumbered, had never shown fear. They had fought for something beyond mere survival. Xerxes had crushed their bodies, but he could not crush their spirit, and that gnawed at him. As the Persian king sat silently, he was approached by his advisors, their faces grim. The news from the battlefield was as expected. The Greeks had fought until the very end, and their bodies now littered the pass. But Xerxes knew that the end of the battle did not mark the end of the struggle. The defeat of the Greeks at Thermopylae was but one step in his campaign to dominate Greece, and already, there were signs that his forces would face more resistance in the coming months. The victory is ours, but the Greeks will not forget, one of his generals, Mardonius, said, his voice laced with caution. The cost of this victory will echo in the days to come. Greece will not bend easily. Xerxes' brow furrowed as he looked out over the battlefield. The Greek cities might be broken, but they were not defeated. The Athenian navy, the Spartan warriors, and the growing resistance across Greece would rise again, and this was a thought that made his victory feel more like a burden than a triumph. He had crushed their army, but had he crushed their spirit? His mind returned to his father, Darius I, who had once sought to conquer the lands of Greece and failed. Xerxes had taken up the mantle of that great mission, seeking to avenge his father's loss and secure his place as the ruler of the known world. Yet, despite his overwhelming force, Greece had proven to be a far more difficult adversary than he had anticipated. Thermopylae had been a victory, but it had been bitter and costly, and the weight of that cost pressed heavily on his chest. I am king of the world, Xerxes murmured to himself, but the words felt hollow, empty. In his heart, he knew that true kingship was not simply about conquering lands, but about holding them. The challenge of conquering Greece was far from over. And this, more than the battle itself, filled him with frustration. He rose from his throne, his long robes trailing behind him as he made his way to the edge of the platform. His generals and advisors stood at attention, but he paid them little mind. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the fires from the burning villages of Greece still smoldered in the distance. The Spartans will not be forgotten, Xerxes said, his voice cold and determined. Their spirit will haunt me. But I will not be denied. Not now. Not ever. His words were like a promise, a vow to his army, to himself, and to the gods. Greece had resisted, but Xerxes would make them bend. Thermopylae had been a victory, yes, but it was a victory that came with the realization that the road ahead was long, and that the Greeks, with their honor and their defiance, would be a challenge unlike any he had yet faced. We will burn Athens to the ground, he declared, his voice hardening. And when we are done with them, nothing will remain. But even as the words left his lips, the frustration lingered. The Greeks had fought with a valor that seemed beyond comprehension, beyond the reach of his vast empire. It was a feeling that left him restless, and he knew that in the days to come, the cost of this victory would continue to haunt him. Xerxes had won the battle at Thermopylae, but the true war for the soul of Greece was far from over. The dust had barely settled on the battlefield at Thermopylae when the echoes of the epic last stand began to ripple across the ancient world. The Persian Empire had triumphed, yes, but the cost of victory had shaken the very foundations of Xerxes' conquest. Though the Greek warriors had fallen, their bravery, their sacrifice, had ignited a fire that could not be easily extinguished. The world would never look at Greece in the same way again. As news of the Greek defeat reached the Greek city-states, it sent shockwaves through their leaders and citizens alike. But the loss at Thermopylae did not signify the end of Greek resistance. Far from it. Instead, the death of their finest warriors, led by King Leonidas, became a symbol of the strength, pride, and unity of the Greek spirit. In Athens, the defeat at Thermopylae was not a cause for despair. Far from it. The Athenian leaders knew that their city was now at the heart of the struggle against the Persian invasion, and though their allies in the Peloponnesian League had fallen, they were not without hope. The Greek resistance had been ignited in the blood of their fallen comrades, and the memory of Leonidas and his men would fuel their fight. The Athenians, having lost Thermopylae, now placed their hopes on their navy, the pride of the Athenian people. Themistocles, their brilliant strategist, immediately recognized that Greece's survival now lay in the sea, not the land. He rallied the people, invoking the memory of the 300 Spartans and the sacrifices made at Thermopylae as the catalyst for an even greater confrontation. The defeat of the Greek warriors was seen as a call to arms for the Athenians to take a stand against the Persian invaders. The gods will remember those who fought and died at Thermopylae, Themistocles declared, his words resonating through the crowded Athenian assembly. Now, we will avenge them. Their courage will live in our hearts, and in the hearts of all Greeks who stand against the tyranny of the Persians. With those words, Athens began to prepare its fleet, determined to make the Persian advance as costly as possible. But the Athenian resistance would not be the only one sparked by the memory of Thermopylae. In Sparta, the reaction to the news of Leonidas' death was one of sorrow, but also of immense pride. The Spartan warrior code held that one's life was expendable in the service of the state, but the Spartans felt the loss of their king keenly. Leonidas had led his men with unwavering resolve, embodying the ideal of Spartan valor. His death, however, did not signal the end of Spartan power. Rather, it cemented the legend of the 300. Generations, the Spartan warriors would tell stories of the sacrifice at Thermopylae, and the memory of their king's final stand would become part of the fabric of Spartan identity. Every Spartan child was taught the virtues of Leonidas and the courage of the warriors who stood with him. The Spartans would avenge the loss, and in doing so, would forge an even more indomitable reputation. The Spartan council met swiftly after news of the battle, and though the grief was heavy, it was quickly replaced by resolve. The Peloponnesian League would not fall to the Persian threat. King Agis, Leonidas' successor, rallied the Spartan forces and began preparing for the inevitable confrontation on the land that would come after the Persian defeat at Salamis. The city-states of Greece, though bitterly divided in the past, now found a common cause in the face of the Persian invasion. The tale of Thermopylae, broadcast by messengers and bards throughout the Greek world, united the disparate states, even the traditionally neutral ones. The courage displayed by the Spartans, Thespians, and Thebans inspired cities like Corinth, Argos, and even the Greeks on the islands, to stand together and prepare for the final battle for Greece's freedom. The memory of Leonidas was carried by a new wave of warriors, each of them determined to fight for their homeland, their honor, and their God-given right to resist the tyranny of Xerxes. The Greek Confederation began to take shape, with even former enemies setting aside their differences to face a common foe. The stories of Leonidas' stand were woven into the fabric of Greek culture, uniting the cities in a way that had never been seen before. Thermopylae became a rallying cry for the Greek resistance. The tragic death of their bravest men fueled the fire of rebellion. On the side of the Persians, there was little celebration. Though Xerxes had won the battle, the aftermath was tinged with a sense of frustration and doubt. His army had lost far more soldiers than he had anticipated, and the Greek stand at Thermopylae had humiliated him in ways he had not foreseen. His immortals, the elite warriors of the Persian Empire, had been decimated, and the symbolic importance of Thermopylae had left a scar on his psyche. Even as he continued his march toward Athens, Xerxes couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the true struggle was just beginning. The victory at Thermopylae, in many ways, had made the Greeks more united, more determined to defend their land. Xerxes' empire was vast, but its might was spread thin, and he had underestimated the determination of a people willing to die for their freedom. In the wake of Thermopylae, the Persian king found himself haunted by the stories of the Spartan bravery. He had achieved victory, yes, but in the hearts of the Greek states, he had only kindled a fire that would not be easily extinguished. As the news of Thermopylae reached the ears of distant lands, Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond, the Greek victory at the pass became a story that would inspire future generations of warriors and leaders. The world watched as Xerxes continued his invasion of Greece, but the memory of the last stand of the 300 remained fresh in their minds. For Xerxes, the battle had been won, but the war had only just begun. The world was changing, and though the Persian Empire was vast, the story of Leonidas and his men at Thermopylae was spreading like wildfire, reaching the hearts and minds of those who would rise to challenge his empire. The Greek cities began to prepare for the next great confrontation, the naval battle of Salamis, where the fate of Greece would be decided. And though Xerxes may have thought his victory at Thermopylae had sealed the fate of the Greeks, the true battle was still to come. The echoes of that fateful stand would be felt for generations, as the story of Thermopylae became legend. The sun had long set over the pass of Thermopylae, but its light continued to shine through the stories of the battle that would be passed down for generations. Though the 300 Spartans and their allies had fallen, their bravery had planted a seed that would grow into a legend that would unite the Greek city-states and inspire a resistance that no invader could easily overcome. As news of the battle spread through the Greek world, from the shores of Athens to the mountains of Thessaly, the story of Thermopylae began to take on a life of its own. Bards sang of it in the marketplaces, messengers carried the tale to every city, and the story was told by every Greek who heard it, no matter how far from the past they lived. In the bustling streets of Athens, the defeat at Thermopylae was initially a blow to the collective spirit. But the Athenian leaders, quick to recognize the importance of the battle, used the sacrifice of Leonidas and his warriors as a rallying cry. Themistocles, ever the strategist, immediately set about rallying the people of Athens to their cause. But it was not just his words that galvanized the Athenians, it was the example set by the Spartan king and his men. The people gathered around the temples to honor the fallen, offering sacrifices to the gods for their courage. Temples to Ares, the god of war, were filled with prayers, and the oracle at Delphi received a surge of petitions. The idea that a handful of men could hold back the might of the Persian Empire filled the hearts of the Athenians with newfound strength. In every household, the story of Leonidas' final stand was repeated. Mothers spoke of their sons joining the Athenian navy, inspired by the heroism of the Spartans. Fathers looked to their sons with a newfound sense of pride, teaching them not just how to fight, but what to fight for. Honor, freedom, and the courage to defy tyranny became the bedrock of the new Greek spirit. The sacrifice at Thermopylae was not in vain, said Themistocles in one of his public speeches. For each of those brave men who died, the cause of freedom has grown stronger. They did not fall so that we may cower in fear. They fell so that we may rise against the Persian horde. Back in Sparta, the effects of Leonidas' death were felt deeply, but with a pride that was unmatched. For the Spartans, the sacrifice at Thermopylae was the ultimate expression of courage, and it became a cornerstone of their identity. Every Spartan child was taught the story of their king and the 300 warriors who had stood against the Persian Empire and given their lives without hesitation. The story of the Spartans was not just one of battle, it was a story of sacrifice and duty to one's country and people. The Spartan warrior code, already strict, became more sacred than ever. It was no longer just about serving the state, it was about preserving the spirit of Thermopylae, about ensuring that the memory of those who fell was never forgotten. Spartan elders, with their stern faces and weathered hands, passed on the tale to the next generation, their voices filled with reverence. The warriors who stood with Leonidas were revered not only as heroes but as immortals, for their courage transcended death. To be Spartan now meant not just training for war, it meant training to die with the same honor, the same resolve that the 300 had shown. A Spartan's duty is to his people, to his king, and to his honor, the elders would say. The 300 did not die in vain. They gave their lives so that Sparta may remain free, so that we may never bow to tyranny. But it wasn't just Sparta and Athens that felt the impact of the battle at Thermopylae. The Thespians who had fought alongside the Spartans, though fewer in number, carried the memory of their comrades back to their own city. Corinth, long an independent city-state, found itself drawn into the fold, united in purpose with its fellow Greeks. The tale of the last stand was told at every public gathering, in every city, and every Greek warrior now saw himself as part of a greater struggle, one that transcended the politics of individual city-states. The legend of the 300 and their fight for freedom was not just about the battle, it was about Greece's identity. For the first time in years, the city-states, long divided by infighting and political differences, found common ground in their shared desire to resist the Persian invaders. As each day passed, the legacy of Thermopylae grew, and the strength of Greek unity began to take shape. In every tavern, every marketplace, and every home, the story of the 300 Spartans inspired a fire that would soon burn brighter. The Greeks had always been proud, but now, there was an undeniable bond that united them against a common enemy. Thermopylae had proven that, even against impossible odds, the Greek spirit could not be crushed. The Athenians began to gather their fleet, their sails bright with the hope that the same spirit that had held the pass at Thermopylae could now turn the tide at sea. They called on every city-state to join their cause, to fight alongside them in a last stand for Greek independence. "We will avenge those who have fallen," the Athenian envoys declared. "The flames of Thermopylae burn brightly in our hearts. We will not let them die in vain." As Xerxes marched onward, the tale of Leonidas and his 300 warriors spread far and wide, and the hearts of the Greeks burned with the desire for revenge. They would fight, not just for their homes, but for the honor of those who had fallen. The memory of Thermopylae would guide them, and no matter how powerful the Persian army, they would fight for freedom with the same courage and resolve that had marked the stand of the 300. The legacy of Thermopylae was not just about the warriors who had died there, it was about the spirit they had ignited in the hearts of every Greek who heard their story. It was a legacy of sacrifice, of defiance, and of an unbreakable resolve to fight for one's land, for one's people, and for freedom. The tale of the 300 Spartans, told and retold, became a symbol that transcended time. It was carried across the seas, across generations, and into the very heart of Greek identity. It would inspire future generations of warriors, fathers, sons, and daughters, to stand tall in the face of adversity, and to fight for their homeland, as the brave souls at Thermopylae had done. And as the Greeks gathered their forces, preparing for the coming storm, they knew that no matter the outcome, the legacy of Thermopylae would live on, in the hearts of every Greek, for as long as the world would remember. In the wake of the tragedy at Thermopylae, the Greek world, once fractured and divided by petty rivalries and political tensions, began to stir with a new force. The sacrifice of Leonidas and his warriors had not been in vain. It had become the spark for a rebellion, one that would unite the Greek city-states against the Persian Empire. From the ashes of defeat rose a fire that would burn through the hearts of every Greek, fueling the fierce resistance that was now taking shape. Though the Persian advance continued, and Xerxes marched his victorious army deeper into the Greek heartland, the very idea of Greek unity had begun to shift. The city-states, long rivals, now found themselves drawn together, their once disparate voices rising in a chorus of defiance. The memory of Thermopylae had woven a thread of shared resolve that bound them together, one that would prove far stronger than any Persian force at Athens. The stirrings of rebellion were felt first. For the Athenians, the loss at Thermopylae had been a brutal blow, but it also crystallized their role in the fight against the Persians. The Athenian navy, long the pride of the city, now became the cornerstone of their strategy to fight back. Themistocles, seeing the rising tide of unity across the Greek world, pushed forward with a sense of urgency. His rhetoric, inspired by the sacrifice at Thermopylae, became a powerful call to arms. "We are not merely defending our homes," Themistocles declared in the assembly, "we are defending the spirit of Leonidas, the pride of Sparta, and the heart of Greece. We must unite, for without unity, we will fall. And should we fall, we will fall in the memory of those who gave their lives so that we might live free." With these words, Athens began to rally, not just to defend their own city, but to organize the Greek navy into a formidable force. Themistocles called for a meeting of the leading city-states, his message clear: if they were to face the might of the Persian Empire, they had to unite their forces, set aside old grudges, and act as one. In Sparta, the news of the Athenian response was met with both reverence and resistance. For the Spartans, pride was everything. Their warriors had faced the Persians at Thermopylae, but they knew that to secure a Greek victory, their rivalry with the other city-states would need to be set aside, at least for now. This was a lesson they were reluctant to learn, but the urgency of the moment left them with little choice. King Xerxes, Leonidas' successor, had been quietly mourning his predecessor's loss, but now he faced the reality that to protect the legacy of Thermopylae, he must lead the Spartan forces into a new chapter, one where cooperation with the other Greek states was paramount. Though the idea of uniting with Athens, a city they had often viewed with suspicion, was a bitter pill to swallow, Xerxes knew that the survival of Sparta, and all of Greece, depended on it. The Spartan council met to discuss the matter, and after hours of heated debate, they came to an agreement: Sparta would join forces with the Athenians, with the promise that their martial strength would be used to support the Greek cause. The 300 were gone, but the Spartans would not abandon the fight. They would lead the charge, but they would not do so alone. As word of the Greek unity spread, other city-states began to join the cause. The Peloponnesian League, once a loose confederation of city-states, now found itself bound together under a shared banner: resistance to Persia. Corinth, Argos, and Megara, cities with a long history of rivalry, now set aside their differences in light of the common threat. Even Thebes, once hesitant and wary of Spartan hegemony, began to see the necessity of unity. The shock of the Persian invasion was enough to pull even the most reluctant city-states into the fold. In the agora, in the temples, and in the streets, the people of Greece began to feel the fire of rebellion stir within them. A sense of destiny was now palpable. The Persians would not conquer Greece. To further cement the resolve of the Greeks, the oracle of Delphi was consulted, and her prophecy, though ambiguous, seemed to echo the calls for unity. It was said that the gods favored those who stood together, as the memory of Thermopylae hung heavy in the air. The Delphic oracle urged all Greek city-states to stand united against the Persian threat, declaring that only through collective strength could the Persians be defeated. The oracle's message, like the stories of the 300, became the foundation upon which the Greek strategy was built. Themistocles rallied the navy, Xerxes prepared the Spartan hoplites, and the smaller city-states filled their ranks with men and women eager to avenge the fallen warriors of Thermopylae. Meanwhile, across the Persian camp, Xerxes had yet to fully understand the power of the Greek resolve. His army, swollen with numbers, had already crushed one Greek force, but the defeat at Thermopylae had proven a bitter victory. The Persians may have won the battle, but the memory of Leonidas' sacrifice lingered in the hearts of the Greeks, and it was beginning to shape the strategy of the unified Greek front. Xerxes, in his arrogance, believed that the Greeks would falter. His army had crushed the last stand, and yet he failed to see the gathering storm. His immortals, despite their earlier victories, could not quell the growing fire of rebellion. The Greeks, once divided and fractured, now stood as one. The fires of Thermopylae had lit the way, and they would not be extinguished by a mere Persian horde. The decision to unite was not made lightly. The Greek city-states had fought for centuries over issues of power, autonomy, and pride. But as the threat of the Persians loomed ever closer, the fires of rebellion consumed the old rivalries. Each city-state, with its own history and pride, contributed to the growing force, the Spartans with their unparalleled warriors, the Athenians with their naval might, the Corinthians with their strategic wisdom, and the Thebans, once enemies, now united in the face of a common enemy. Together, they formed a confederation, not just a military alliance, but a unified force with a singular purpose: to drive the Persians from their land and preserve the freedom of the Greek people. As the Persian army approached, the Greek city-states readied themselves for the battle that would decide the fate of Greece. They had learned from Thermopylae, where bravery and sacrifice had held back the Persian tide. Now, with their forces united and the memory of their fallen brothers in arms fueling their courage, the fires of rebellion burned brighter than ever. The next battle would not be fought at Thermopylae. It would be fought at Salamis, a battle on the seas where the future of Greece would be determined. But the memory of Thermopylae, and the unity forged in its aftermath, would carry the Greeks to victory. The towering presence of Xerxes loomed over the Persian Empire as news of the Greek resistance spread throughout the vast reaches of his realm. Though the victory at Thermopylae had come at great cost and had been met with a wave of Persian celebration, the implications of the Greeks' unity and resilience were far from lost on the Persian king. The sacrifice of Leonidas and his men had not only ignited a fire among the Greeks but had also turned the tide of their struggle. Xerxes knew the world would never forget the stand the Greeks had made. And the time had come to prepare for their inevitable retaliation. In his grand palace at Persepolis, surrounded by his advisors, generals, and scribes, Xerxes looked upon the map of Greece with cold determination. The flame of defiance had grown stronger with each passing day, and the Persians had yet to fully extinguish the embers of Thermopylae. The death of Leonidas and his warriors was a personal affront to the Persian king, a challenge to his authority and the might of the Persian Empire. But the king was not one to be defeated by mere symbolism. "They may have killed my warriors at Thermopylae," Xerxes muttered to his generals, his voice low but full of anger, "but their rebellion will not last. We are an empire built on conquest, and Greece will bow before me, as all lands have before Persia. The Greeks are fragmented and weak," one of his generals suggested, "and now that their best warriors have been slaughtered, they will fracture further. Their pride will lead to their destruction." But Xerxes was not so sure. He had seen how quickly the Greeks had rallied behind the memory of Leonidas, how the seeds of unity were being sown in the very heart of the Greek world. Xerxes knew that if he was to claim victory, he needed to strike quickly, decisively, and with overwhelming force. The Persian Empire was a vast, multifaceted machine, stretching from the Indus River to the Aegean Sea, encompassing a diverse range of peoples, cultures, and armies. From the stables of Bactria came the finest cavalry, from the mountains of Anatolia came fierce archers, and from the great cities of Susa and Babylon came the engineers and war machines. To defeat the Greeks, Xerxes would need all the resources at his disposal. He summoned his commanders, the generals who had fought beside him in the previous battles, as well as fresh faces from across the empire, all with a singular purpose: to crush the Greek rebellion once and for all. "We will bring the might of Persia to their shores," Xerxes declared with absolute certainty. "We will make their land burn. We will crush their pride and scatter their armies to the winds. When we are finished, there will be no Greece. Only Persia. Under Xerxes' orders, the Persian forces began to reorganize and reinforce. New battalions of elite soldiers, immortals, and siege weaponry were readied, while the Persian fleet, still intact after the Greek naval engagements, was expanded. The Persian army would march once more, but this time, Xerxes would take no chances. As Xerxes' generals began their preparations on land, the Persian fleet underwent a monumental transformation. The Persian navy, once boasting immense numbers, had been tested and partially thwarted by the Greek triremes at Artemisium. Though the Greeks had been defeated on land, the Persians could not afford to underestimate the naval power of the Greek states, especially the ever-growing force under Themistocles. To counter the Athenian threat on the water, Xerxes ordered the construction of new, larger, and faster ships. Shipbuilders, engineers, and naval commanders from all corners of the Persian Empire were put to work, each contributing their expertise to create a fleet that would be the envy of the ancient world. "We will build ships that the Greeks cannot match," Xerxes declared, as his advisors spoke of the latest advancements in naval warfare. "We will send a fleet so great that the sea itself will be ours to command." Xerxes' new fleet would be a massive force, faster, more agile, and even more formidable than before. The Persian navy, once merely a shadow of the Greek fleet, would now become the spearhead of the Persian retaliatory campaign. Themistocles had no idea that the wave of Persian ships building on the horizon would be as immense as the empire itself. Despite the Persian preparations, Xerxes remained wary of the Greek alliance. The unification of the Greek city-states was a force he had not anticipated. His spies had reported a growing sense of unity among the Greeks. Cities once locked in bitter rivalry now worked together to organize their forces. Themistocles had already begun to prepare for the inevitable Persian counterattack. His messages to the Peloponnesian League called for urgent cooperation, and his strategy centered on the navy. If the Greeks could control the seas, they could outmaneuver the Persians, strike decisively, and prevent the Persian army from reaching their shores in full force. Xerxes, however, knew that if he could crush the Greek fleet and secure the Aegean, the land campaign would become a formality. The Persian Empire, with its wealth, resources, and manpower, could conquer Greece, not by merely defeating its armies, but by demoralizing the people with swift and overwhelming force. With his forces now prepared, Xerxes set his sights on Greece once again. The road to victory, however, was fraught with uncertainty. The Greek unity was stronger than it had been in centuries, and the memory of Leonidas' sacrifice stirred an undeniable fire among the Greek people. "We will march," Xerxes declared to his commanders, "and we will make them remember that Persia is invincible. Let them hold their ground. They will regret ever defying me." But the Persian king understood that this battle would not be like the others. The Greeks would fight with all their might, their unity now a formidable weapon. His army was vast, his resources endless, but the fight would be hard, and Xerxes was not one to underestimate the will of a people who had tasted freedom. As the Persian war machine began its march toward Greece, the shadow of the empire grew ever closer. The fires of rebellion that had spread across the Greek world would soon meet the full might of Persia. The stage was set for a confrontation that would decide the fate of two civilizations, the empire of Xerxes and the free city-states of Greece. The sun rose over the Greek city-states, casting its light on lands that had been united by the shared sacrifice of Thermopylae. The death of Leonidas and his warriors had not only become a symbol of the Greeks' indomitable courage, but it had also become a promise, a vow whispered across the mountains, through the fields, and along the shores of the Greek world. The memory of Thermopylae burned as fiercely as the fires of rebellion, and the Greeks, from every corner of their land, were prepared to defend their freedom at all costs. In Sparta, where the legacy of Leonidas was held in the highest reverence, the warrior king's death had ignited a fury like none other. The Spartans, renowned for their martial prowess and discipline, had felt the sting of his loss, but it was the call to avenge that loss that now bound them together like never before. The warriors who had followed Leonidas into battle, though fallen, had not died in vain. They had set the stage for an uprising, a collective commitment to preserve the freedom of Greece. King Xerxes, Leonidas' successor, stood before his council, addressing the matter with a sense of both sorrow and resolve. "We will never forget the stand of Leonidas and his 300, Xerxes said. Their blood has become the lifeblood of Sparta. Their sacrifice has become our purpose. We will not let the Persians conquer Greece. We will not let their shadow fall upon us." Across the Spartan army, the vow was made, "We will remember Thermopylae." The Spartans swore, not just to avenge their fallen king, but to stand as the bulwark against Persian tyranny. They would fight not just for Sparta, but for every city-state that would stand beside them. In Athens, the story of Thermopylae had the same electrifying effect. Though the Athenians had been forced to retreat to their ships after the fall of the Spartans, they did not waver. Instead, they used the death of Leonidas as a rallying cry to defend their city, their culture, and their ideals. Themistocles, the Athenian general, understood that the fate of Greece now rested in their hands. The memory of Leonidas' sacrifice fueled his every move. "We shall never forget Thermopylae," Themistocles declared to his people, "and we will make sure the Persians will remember it as well. Their king has learned the price of underestimating our spirit. The flames of Sparta's sacrifice will light our path to victory. We will defend our homes, our families, and our way of life. We shall not surrender to the shadow of Persia." The Athenians, stirred by this declaration, swore to fight with every ounce of their being to keep the Persian fleet at bay. The Athenian navy would be the spearhead of the Greek defense, for in the water, they held a distinct advantage over the Persian forces. Themistocles vowed that the memory of Leonidas' stand would not only fuel their courage but also guide their strategies in the battles to come. Across the Peloponnesian League, the promise of freedom spread. The Corinthians, Megarians, and other city-states, once divided by territorial disputes, now stood side by side. The memory of Thermopylae had solidified their resolve to fight as one. The Greeks' vow to protect their freedom was not just a cry of patriotism, it was a moral imperative that resonated across their cities. "We are the children of the free," declared a Corinthian general in his speech to his soldiers. "We will remember Thermopylae. We will make it known to the world that no empire, no king, can subjugate us. They will remember the names of those who stood against Xerxes, and they will understand that Greece is not theirs to conquer." From the largest city-state to the smallest, the Greeks knew that if they did not unite, the Persian Empire would erase their existence. The war would not just be about territorial defense, it would be a fight to preserve the very essence of their freedom and way of life. The memory of those who had died at Thermopylae would carry them through the battles to come. Across the Greek world, the call to arms echoed through every village, town, and city. It wasn't just the Spartans or Athenians who answered, the very people of Greece responded. Farmers, craftsmen, and merchants took up arms alongside soldiers and generals, all united by the same cause, to defend their freedom from the Persians. In the streets of Athens, young men and women gathered in the agora, speaking of Leonidas and his warriors. They spoke of their valor, their courage, and their unwavering loyalty to Greece. They vowed that the memory of Thermopylae would guide them, just as it had inspired those who had fought and died. For the first time in generations, the Greek people were unified under a single purpose: to protect their lands, their families, and their freedom from the shadow of the Persian Empire. The promise was clear: we will remember Thermopylae. Every Greek understood what was at stake. Their way of life was in peril, and the battle they would face would decide whether they would live in freedom or be crushed beneath the boot of a foreign empire. As the Greeks gathered their forces, many turned to the gods for favor. The oracle of Delphi, already a symbol of divine will, had spoken once more. Her prophecy, though cryptic, seemed to affirm the Greeks' resolve. She had spoken of a people who would face overwhelming odds, but who would emerge victorious, not by their might alone, but by their unity in the will of the gods. The gods will be with those who remember Thermopylae, the oracle declared. They will be with those who fight not just for their own survival, but for the freedom of all who seek it. The flame of sacrifice will be their guiding light. The Greeks took this message to heart. The memory of Leonidas and the warriors who fell alongside him had become not just a symbol of strength, but a sacred cause. Their vow to defend Greece was not only a matter of human will, it was a divine mission, one that would be fulfilled with the gods' blessing. As the Persian forces massed on the horizon, preparing for their final push to conquer Greece, the Greeks stood firm, emboldened by their promise to never forget the sacrifice at Thermopylae. The shadow of Persia would not claim them. The legacy of Leonidas and his warriors had become more than a story, it was a living vow that would carry the Greeks through the darkest hours of war. We will remember Thermopylae, they declared in unison, their voices a powerful echo of their shared determination. And in that memory, we will find the strength to defeat the Persian horde and protect the freedom of Greece. The battle for the future of Greece had only just begun. But with the promise of freedom burning brightly in their hearts, the Greeks knew that they would stand united, no matter the odds. And as long as the memory of Thermopylae lived on, so too would the spirit of resistance, carrying them to a future where their freedom was theirs to defend.